husband and I stayed at a super old hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. At the time, I didn't really believe in paranormal things like ghosts, mainly because nothing had ever happened to me. The old room that we were staying in had this decorative wooden chair that had a slanted seat. I took note of the slant because I wound up putting my computer bag on this chair and felt comfortable doing so. I'm super careful with my electronics, and the slanted seat made it so that my bag slid all the way to the back of the chair, and so that it couldn't fall. I also hung a nice new dress on the back of the chair. We went out for sightseeing, and when we came back, my dress was on the floor near the chair. I wondered if housekeeping had touched it, even though we had a do not disturb sign on our door. Oh well, we ordered some dinner and went to bed. My husband and I were laying in bed in the dark, talking, almost falling asleep, when suddenly we heard a super loud slam. It was so loud we shot awake and both turned on the light. There, on the other side of the room, a good 10 to 15 feet from the chair, was my computer bag. It was like someone had lifted it and threw it down. There's no way that it just fell off the chair that far away, and the chair's seat was slanted backwards toward the wall. It would have been hard for just about anything to fall off, especially forward and 15 feet away. And it was a slam to the ground. I was so terrified, but my husband just shrugged it off like, I guess this place is haunted like a lot of places in Santa Fe. Guess the ghost doesn't like our stuff on its chair. I demanded that we sleep with the light on. I didn't even have the courage to check if my computer was okay until the next day. For anyone wondering, it was fine. Thank goodness. It had a nice case on it. Well, the next morning, my husband asked the front desk if the hotel was known to be haunted, and the guy just laughed and said, "Oh, what? Did you see the little girl?" No, we hadn't seen a little girl, but we certainly had seen something. Update for those of you who are wondering, the hotel was the Hotel St. Francis, and I found a picture online of the chairs on a random Yelp review. I guess a few of their standard rooms have this chair, so the pictures probably aren't the chair. But if you're into the paranormal, check out Hotel St. Francis. Maybe you'll see the little girl. My dad has several stories from hauling logs in Idaho and driving trucks through Utah and Nevada. But my favorite is actually from his days just driving his pickup truck through Utah. He said that there was a light keeping pace with him out in the desert on a moonless night. It kept pace for a minute before it disappeared, and then his truck turned off. He was stopped. He turned it back on and pulled off at the next diner. The folks in the diner called it a common occurrence. I always liked that one. Now the creepiest one is when he was hauling logs in Idaho and was coming down from Coeur d'Alene area during a snowy winter night. He was putting on chains before heading down steep grade and said that all of the hair stood up on his body. It felt like there was something watching him. Halfway down the switchbacks, he saw a large figure standing on a 20-foot tall embankment. As he got closer, it jumped down and then leaped over to the other side of the embankment. At the time, he thought that it was a Sasquatch. Now, he says it was probably a demon trying to make him crash. He didn't stop to remove the chains until he was well away from the mountain. I was working a shift in the college library on a Friday, a day so slow that the hours usually dragged by. The silence was that thick and undisturbed kind, the one that fills the air when you're nearly alone in a place that usually buzzes with life. I wandered through the aisles doing my usual rounds, and I found myself in the literature section, surrounded by worn spines of classic novels and poetry volumes. As I turned down one of the aisles, I noticed a student sitting cross-legged on the floor, deeply engrossed in a book. At first glance, he seemed out of place, exceptionally well dressed for a college student. He wasn't wearing the usual jeans and t-shirt. Instead, he had on a perfectly tailored suit, almost old-fashioned, like something out of another era. His clothes were pristine, even polished, which struck me as strange. I approached him, offering a friendly smile. I asked if he needed help finding something. He looked up, his expression warm but slightly distant, as though his mind was somewhere far off. He told me he was searching for a book in German. Intrigued, I asked him which one, and that led us into a fascinating discussion about literature in its original language. He spoke with such depth and understanding, like someone who had spent a lifetime reading and studying. The way he chose his words, so articulate and formal, struck me as unusual, even a bit unsettling for someone his age. But I dismissed the thought. I assumed he was just an exceptionally studious, maybe old-souled young man. We sat there for a while, side by side on the floor, browsing through the sparse selection of German books. The shelves in this section were old, dusty, with only a few German volumes scattered here and there. After a while, I stood up, realizing I had an idea. I remembered another section where he might find more books. I told him to wait and turned to take just a few steps down the aisle. Then, suddenly a strange feeling washed over me. The aisle was silent, empty, eerily so. I spun around expecting to see him sitting there, but he was gone. In those few seconds, he had vanished without a sound. I hadn't even left the aisle yet, and there was no way that he could have slipped past me. I walked to the end of the row, peering around the corner. I even checked the nearby aisles. My heart was thumping a little harder each row that I found. The feeling of unease was growing. It was as though he had simply faded into thin air. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind racing, trying to make sense of it. Had I imagined him? Was my mind playing tricks on me? Later, the story of the library's history crept into my mind. The library was built on the grounds of a turn-of-the-century estate, with a history much older than the college itself. Buried somewhere on the grounds were two young boys, stepchildren of the estate's original owner, both around college age when they died. The thought that I might have encountered one of them sent a chill through my spine, a whisper of something unexplainable and timeless. In my heart, I'm certain of what I saw. That young man, with his polished suit and distant gaze, he hadn't been a student, not in any ordinary sense. I truly believe that I met one of those two boys, someone who'd been dead for over 100 years, lingering just a little longer in the place that was once his home. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for a week because he had gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and so I of course said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with two dogs who had been playing together all day. I decided to go to bed around 10, so I lock the front door and the back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I fall asleep. At about 12, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed to go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door is unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs. They're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling, while laying in a puddle of their own pee. I realize dogs have accidents, but not these ones. Not at this time. I see the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I searched around for a while, even though I wasn't sure what I was looking for, until I decided to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At about 1 a.m, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement, so I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m, I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs. Once again, I see the back door wide open, so is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window, looking into the backyard. So I don't bother going downstairs, I just close the door. I run to the back door and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I go upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but both dogs slept on the bed with me. After about a week, my dad gets home and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for the first night that I was there. He keeps it all on his cell phone. As we're watching, I was just looking to see if anything or anyone even went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing is that around 12 and 2, the back door randomly flings open, with nothing going in or out. And you can see from a camera from a different angle in the house that I clearly lock the back doors every single time. My dad says there's been no issues with locks any other day, before or since then. So if my dad's house is haunted, I guess whatever's there doesn't like me too much. Something insane happened, but I can't explain how. Last year, my brother Ian was killed during a home invasion. Some random guy charged into his house, broad daylight, and a week later, we were having his funeral. The intruder was high on meth, thought my brother was robbing him. It was all so stupid. But I'm not here to talk about the trial or my grief. I have a therapist for that now. I want to share what started happening most recently. First off, I'm kind of a crappy millennial. I'm 35, but I don't really do any kind of social media other than Reddit, and even that is just a collection of memes. No Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or Snapchat. I've never used any of them. I'm from a family of introverts, and my brother was no exception. He spent most of his time working offshore, and when he was home, he preferred being outdoors. This is all to stress that we're not the kind of people that you can just look up online, read about all of our intimate details and stuff like that. A few weeks ago, I got a message from Ian's Reddit account. It just said, "Kayla, are you there?" No one had his password. He barely used it. There's not a single post on his profile. We never even tried to get in. He never married or had children. He was just alone. What few friends he did have moved away after college. Still, I asked just to be sure. The reply was, "No, it's Ian." I assumed his account was hacked, and I tried to keep my temper as I explained my brother was deceased. The hope was that any decent person would have an ounce of sympathy and move on to someone else. But they stuck to their story and used an old nickname, one that no one had called me since we moved out of Florida. Over the next several days, they also told me the names of my family members, pets, everything. They knew everything, things that maybe 3 people in the world know. I confronted them all, but each seemed more confused than the last. Still, the messages continued. Then, I found myself participating as if it were Ian. At first, I told myself it would be easier to catch the asshole, to find any tiny discrepancy in their facade. But then I got sucked into it for real. We would talk so naturally that it's like I forgot Ian was dead. Then the conversation would end, and the reality of it all would come crashing back. People can't message you from the dead, Kayla. But then, the same thing would happen the next day, and the next. Finally, I confided in a friend who concluded it was a random sicko getting off on screwing with the bereaved. That made more sense than any of my theories, so I took her advice and ignored the messages for 2 days. When I failed to respond, I received one saying, "I understand you need to move on. It's okay. I'll always be with you." My friend said that it was just another tactic, so I held strong. To take my mind off things, she invited me to a small concert the following night, and I agreed. That morning, I woke to find my inbox flooded with messages, warning me, begging me not to go. No one even knew about our plans. I didn't tell my friend about the newest DMs. They had gotten to me, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Instead, I told her that I wasn't feeling up to it after all, and I promised to go next time. That night, a drunk driver T-boned my friend on her way home. The truck hit the passenger side going over 70 miles an hour. The driver, pronounced dead on arrival. My friend, she'll be in the hospital for up to 6 weeks. The car is totaled, and it is very safe to say I would not have survived the crash had I been present. I don't know how to explain any of this. I've never believed in ghosts. I could have spent the rest of my life thinking I encountered a particularly skilled con artist. But what about the crash? How could they have known? Could it all be a coincidence? I never believed in those much either, but I feel insane admitting that I believe it was really Ian. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday so I can fill my tank. Last weekend we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it, so I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, "Oh, here's what's going on right now." I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, "Where'd you get that from?" He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, "What? When did they do this?" MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I ask what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house, not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. I worked at one of the last booth homes for pregnant girls in the early 2000s. Lots of dead babies and some dead moms in the history of that campus. We had any number of creepy things happen, to the point that I brought it up in a staff meeting, and the social workers just said, "Oh, must be time to have the building blessed again." But what struck me was the baby swing. I came into the living room and found it swinging by itself, hours after all the teenagers were in bed. Now, this was an ancient mechanical wind-up swing. You had to turn a crank to start it. There was no electricity involved. There was no way it just started on its own. And there it was, swinging full force. I was completely terrified, but I just said, "If you want to swing, I'll be happy to wind up the swing for you. But when you do it on your own, it frightens people." Every night for the rest of the year or so that I worked there, I wound up that swing and let it go. I told other staff members, and I believe they did the same. I like to think it was a sweet baby ghost who just wanted attention, and we gave it attention. Later, they closed the program for parenting teens and made the whole place a homeless shelter. Now I'm sitting here worrying about my ghost baby. Is it lonely? I hope not. Years ago, I worked as an orderly in a small hospital on the night shift. Most nights were uneventful, just a routine of answering call lights and cleaning up messes. But there was one room, the kind you never forget. The call light for that room had a mind of its own. It would go off at random, even when the room was empty. When there were patients in there, they'd insist they hadn't touched it. No one could ever explain it, and after a while, it became a strange little mystery. The older nurses had their own explanations. They'd say that it was Mary, a former patient, an elderly woman who had spent months in that room before she passed away. "She's just asking for help," they'd whisper, half serious, half joking. It turned into a running joke. Any odd sound, flickering light, or unexpected call in that room, it's just Mary looking for attention. We all laughed, but late at night, when the hospital was quiet, I'd catch a certain unease in the nurses' voices. I didn't think much of it at the time. The years passed, life moved on, and I left that job behind me. Now, 35 years later, I find myself back in the same hospital. This time it's just a retirement gig, something to keep me busy. The place has changed a lot, but there's still something familiar in the way that it feels after dark. Mary's old room is gone now. It's been converted into a surgical area, bright, sterile, and modern. Nothing about it looks like the room I remember, and yet, sometimes when I pass by that wing late at night, with all the lights off, I feel it again. It's always just out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, a figure, standing there in the PACU, still and quiet, as if waiting. I tell myself that it's just an optical illusion, something about the way the light falls, or my aging eyesight playing tricks on me. But it never fails to send a chill down my spine. A few weeks ago, I mentioned the story to an old friend who's worked here all these years. I told her about Mary, about the call light, about the strange shadows I sometimes see now. She laughed at first, but the next time I saw her, She swatted me on the arm. "You had to go and tell me that story," she said, shaking her head. "Now I'm seeing her too." She was half joking, but her face told a different story. She looked uneasy, her eyes darting towards the hallway where Mary's room once stood. "I still pass by the area every now and then. I still see the shadow, just for a second, always in the corner of my vision. I remind myself that it's nothing, just a trick of the mind. But sometimes, I wonder if Mary ever really left. Maybe she's still there, waiting for help, for attention, or maybe just for someone to notice her." I've got 3 shorter stories for you from my days as a trucker. Now, they're all different, so I've labeled them as such. The first, creepiest. Driving I-40 to I-30 through Texas and Arkansas, I would see what looked like animals or faces popping out of the bushes, but longer than a glance proved that nothing was there. They had just paved the highway. There was hardly any traffic. I was dead tired. It was super dark. Highway hypnosis, I suppose. But I've never really believed that. I guess this next one I would consider paranormal. When I switched to local driving, my route ran near an air reserve base in Indiana, so you'd see planes and helicopters pretty often. One night, about 2 a.m., I was headed to pick up another load when I saw a bright green light in the corner of my windshield. It was too low to be an aircraft. It moved pretty slowly, then darted, and I lost sight of it behind some trees that I drove by. And my last one, it's just batshit crazy, and it's the one that happened the longest time ago. Driving south on I-75 in the winter in Ohio, I witnessed a compact car like a Cobalt or something get on the on-ramp to merge into I-70 North, and they lost control. They went sideways, fell at least 6 feet off the ramp, went onto the shoulder of the interstate, landing on all 4 wheels, spun 360 degrees, and then proceeded to merge into traffic like it was fucking nothing. Blew my fucking mind. The CB radio was going nuts for about 5 minutes. Holy shit, who else just fucking saw that, etc. It was batshit crazy. So my name is Tucker, and people call me Tucker the Trucker, and I can't say that I hate it. I've been driving for almost 12 years. I'm 32, single, don't have any kids, so I tend to stay on the roads. Most of my driving is done at night, less traffic that way. But you always want to fill up in the evenings because 24-hour gas stations can get dicey at 3 a.m. If you'll excuse the pun, I prefer to keep trucking along. There's a particular stretch of highway I drive all the time. It's properly in the middle of nowhere and runs straight through a heavily wooded area. The shoulders are barely big enough for a car, let alone my truck, so I lived in constant fear of flat tires. Now, it's weird to think that such a little thing ever worried me. Last Wednesday was a normal, boring night until I got a call in the middle of that long stretch. There was an old SUV with its hood up, stopped diagonally across both lanes. One guy was standing next to it, waving me down, but I saw a second person ducking on the other side of the SUV. One of the first things you learn with life on the road is to beware of a stranded motorist as much as a hitchhiker. This one checked every red flag. Middle of the night, in the middle of the blocked road, in the middle of nowhere, with suspicious characters. And I don't mean the one that I saw trying to hide. My headlights hit the one waving me down, and he had the friendliest shit-eating grin I ever saw. And I'm from the South, so that's saying something. Trust me, someone in that situation wouldn't be happy. Stranded people are angry and or desperate, period. I've heard horror stories of truckers stopping to help someone and getting robbed or worse, so nothing was getting me out of that truck. I tried to dial 911 right then, let the cops handle whatever the situation turned out to be, but We were, surprise, surprise, also conveniently stopped in one of the highway's dead zones. When I got a little closer, I could see 2 more shadows, one on either side of the road, trying to get behind me. I'm always armed. You have to be in my line of work. But I still wasn't sticking around for a shootout if I could avoid it. I'd been slowing down, but now there were at least 4 road pirates against just me, and it takes big trucks a second to get going. If they had weapons, I didn't stand much of a chance, so I made a split-second decision to keep going. I pulled as far into the shoulder as I could fit, but I still clipped the back of the SUV pretty good. Just a tip. If you ever find yourself in this situation, always aim for the back end. You never want to go head-on with an engine. Right before I made contact with the rear end, I saw the guy who'd been crouching behind it dive out of the way. He was wearing all black, with a hood pulled over his head. I didn't see where the grinning idiot went, but he was probably the one who shot at me. I don't know how many shots were actually fired because they started when the metal was still scraping, but it was at least 3. One came through the driver's side window and struck the windshield. I felt the wind on my cheek as it flew by. I almost swerved off the road but managed to get back straight. 2 more shots hit the trailer as I sped off. I drove fast as I dared in case they tried to come after me. There was a second that I thought I saw lights behind me, but they were gone as fast as they appeared. I called the police about 2 miles later when I got service back. Later on, I was informed that they'd found the SUV abandoned in a ditch a little further up the road. It looks like they tried to drive it, but bailed when they realized how bad it was. The license plates were gone, and the VIN number was partially scratched off, but they were in a hurry and did a poor job. Cops traced it back to an elderly woman who lived next door to one of the suspects. She'd let him use her car in exchange for mowing the lawn and taking out the garbage. Last I heard, they made 3 arrests and are still looking for the last one. A bit of background. When my wife was young, her parents and siblings lived with one set of her grandparents. Her grandfather was murdered in the home. It happened in his bedroom upstairs. The room was primarily used as storage for the next 20-plus years. Her parents tried to sell the house multiple times, but living in a small town, everyone knew, and the house wouldn't sell. So they stayed. Years later, and while my wife and I were engaged, there was a murder trial which I attended in support of her family. I saw the crime scene photos. Important later. Another few years later, we had 2 kids. The oldest was 6 at the time. My wife's family does not like to talk about the murder, and our kids don't know about the murder to this day. My father-in-law decided that he wanted the room where the murder happened to be a hangout for the grandkids when the family was in town. He put sleeping bags and a TV in the room ahead of the holiday days-long get-together. We didn't like it, but we stayed silent since the murder was a sore subject. My father-in-law also wanted all the grandkids to sleep together in that room. We were the first to arrive, and my son went into the room alone. He usually couldn't sit still long at that age, so after a couple of hours, I decided to check on him. And here's our conversation. During the whole conversation, he was still and rigid and would not look away from the TV. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay up here?" "Yeah." "Okay, have fun." "Daddy, do I have to sleep in here? I don't want to." "Why not?" "I'm not alone." Every hair on my body stood up. "Well, yeah, I'm here with you, buddy." "No, there's someone in here with us." Are they nice? Mean? A grown-up? A kid? A grown-up." "What are they doing right now?" "They're watching you." "You never said anything like this at your grandparents' house before, and you've been here a lot." "They don't leave this room, and I've never been in here before." "Where are they now?" Without looking away from the TV, he points to the far corner where his great-grandfather was murdered, and he said, "They're standing over there. They don't move much." "Okay, buddy, you don't have to stay in here." And he left the room with me. I work as a supervisor in the cashier area of a casino, and for years I've been on the graveyard shift. It was around 10 years ago, back when we still closed the floor at 4 a.m. The nights were long, often quiet toward the end, but that night still lingers in my mind. It was a little after 5 a.m., and I was alone. My assistant had run home for a bit. I didn't mind since I was wrapping up paperwork, but the silence in the casino at that hour always felt different. It wasn't the usual kind of quiet. It was heavy. I stood at the counter, flipping through forms, my hair falling onto my face as I concentrated, and that's when I noticed something. Just for a split second, my hair moved, or at least I thought it did. It was such a fleeting thing that I almost dismissed it, chalking it up to my own restless mind. And then I realized it wasn't just my hair. One of the swivel chairs behind the cashier station was spinning, slowly. I froze. The chair creaked faintly as it turned, the sound sharp against the stillness of this empty casino. I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it was moving. There was no one else around. The air conditioning wasn't on, and there wasn't even the faintest breeze. And yet, it moved. The chair slowed its spin until it stopped completely, facing me. It felt deliberate. A chill was crawling up my spine, and my hands were actually trembling as I set down my pen. My eyes were darting in the shadowy corners of the room. Was someone there? Was I imagining things? I sat down, trying to steady my nerves a bit, convincing myself I was just tired. Maybe I'd wait for my assistant to get back before I finished the paperwork. And then the phone rang. It was surveillance. Their voice was calm, almost too calm, but there was a strange tension behind it. "Hey, did you see that?" I gripped the receiver tighter. Yeah. What the hell was that?" They laughed, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that puts you at ease. It was the kind of laugh that people use when they don't know how to explain something. It wasn't until weeks later that I thought that I should ask if they saved the footage so I could see it. But I already knew the answer. Back then, we still used old tapes, wiped every 2 weeks. If the tape wasn't flagged, it was already gone. Even now, though, I wish I could see that video to prove it wasn't all in my head. Maybe it's better that I didn't. Some things are easier to leave unanswered and just keep mysterious. Definitely a what the hell moment, though. One that I still think about, especially at night. A good friend of mine told me this story years ago. He's the stereotypical old big bad trucker. I've seen some weird stuff with him while driving in South Texas along the border. He never batted an eye, but while telling me this story, he had goosebumps and a concerned expression, which from this guy is about the equivalent of a trembling lip. I'll tell this story in the first person as he told it to me. Years ago in the late 90s, I was on my way from the house in Central Texas, heading to Laredo to pick up a load. It was early morning, around 4 or 5. I had just come off a string of days at home, so I know I wasn't tired. I'm on one of those 2-lane winding roads in the absolute middle of bumfuck nowhere when I see something on the side of the road at the edge of my high beams. At first, I just thought it was roadkill, as it's usually the case. As I get closer, I see that it is roadkill, and there's something crouched over the deer carcass. I remember thinking either this guy's taking the antlers as a trophy or he's fucking sick. As I got closer, still, I can see now that this guy's eating the fucking deer. He's pulling chunks of meat from the stomach, bringing them to his face. At this point, he stops mid-motion and looks up at me. Not at my truck, but at me. He or it stands up, and that's when I see it's fucking huge, brown, and covered in hair. I remember thinking at this point, oh fuck, this thing is standing on the tiny shoulder, looking at me. By this point, maybe 3 seconds have passed, and I'm about to the point in the road that he's standing at. I didn't even think of stopping. In fact, I'm starting to lay on it and get the hell out of there. As I'm passing it, it's looking at me. Again, not at the truck. It's looking through the driver's side windshield at me. He obviously has the intelligence to know that there's a driver in here and knows where I'm sitting. As I passed it, I could still see its head above the hood of my needle-nose Pete, an old truck design where the hood goes straight out from the windshield, known for being tall and difficult to see around. This thing was a fucking giant. And I don't know if it makes sense, but I remember seeing human intelligence in its eyes. It scares the shit out of me. Sorry for the wall of text, but I figure it's a story worth sharing. I'm finally ready to talk about the reason I went back to school last year. Before that, I was working on fishing boats. I don't have a wife or kids, so my time is my own. People always thought that it was weird that I enjoyed spending long stretches at sea, but I always thought that it was weird that they didn't. I figured it was one of those to each their own kind of things. But maybe they knew something I didn't, or just had better instincts. Most of the companies work similar to oil rigs. You go out with your crew for a few weeks, and then you come home to be off for a few weeks. I enjoyed my time off the same way that I did my time on, at sea. For every big industry boat, there are just as many day fishers. And it wasn't uncommon for me to help one out if they fell short-handed. Well, one morning during the summer of 22, I headed down to the docks in hopes of setting out with one of my day crews. My usual guys didn't have any openings, but I did notice a few summer boys arguing over where to find the gas tank, so I decided to introduce myself. Rich kids on college break were my favorite employers. There's no real work to do, so it's basically a babysitting gig. These guys wanted to take out Daddy's boat to get some good pictures for Instagram, but then they got to the docks and didn't know what to do next. There were 3 of them, but I probably shouldn't use their real names, so the owner's son can be Chad, and his buddies can be Sam and Dan. After gassing up, I made my sales pitch and they invited me right along. The only thing they cared about was catching one of those swordfish things, and being back before dark. The home before dark part was a piece of cake, but I'll circle back to the marlin stipulation in a minute. I would have gone for free, but I didn't argue when they gave me $500. It was just before 8 a.m. when we left the dock for a small island that local kids sometimes use for parties. But people never go beyond that point because the other side is surrounded by jagged rocks. One's hidden just beneath the surface. They'll put a hole in your hull before you realize what's happening, and they extend much further than you'd expect from such a small island. But the safe side is big. Like I said, kids party there all the time. I don't want it to sound like I recklessly took them to some dangerous location. We didn't even go to the actual island, only close enough to point it out. We anchored and began fishing around noon. Normally, I would have spent a good half hour explaining a few key differences between regular fishing and deep-sea fishing, but they had done zero research before the trip. With the bait that they had brought along, I didn't have to worry about them hooking a marlin or letting it get away with their pulls. People like that never think about the fact that the fish will unhook itself. The first hour or so went exactly as I expected. Chad and Sam made some nice catches, but didn't want to touch the fish. so I kept taking them off the lines and rebaiting their hooks after the photo op. Dan, however, he learned to bait his own pretty fast because he kept getting robbed. It seemed like we had a good system worked out. After a few beers, I felt comfortable trying some of my own bait to see if I could catch the boys something worthy of posing with, but that turned out to be a nearly fatal mistake. While I was showing off to Chad and Sam, I realized Dan grabbed some of my bait, but even if I had, it really shouldn't have been that big of a deal. That just had to be the one time he set his hook properly. It was instantly clear that something was wrong when the entire boat lurched back hard enough to knock us on our asses. I shouted for Dan to let go, but he couldn't hear me over the loudest splash that I've heard in my life. I don't say that lightly. I've watched my captain fight a great white, and they make a hell of a fuss, but this sounded like a goddamn whale. I didn't need to see it to know that we were in danger. As I rose to my feet, there was a second giant splash and a hard impact to our starboard side, knocking us all back on our asses. I scrambled to Dan, half crawling, half running, screaming to let go all the while. But as I got closer, I saw that he had. It was stuck on the rails, and he had been trying to turn it so that it would slide through. That's why I usually cover these things before the fishing begins. Once the panic starts, it's hard to utilize common sense. I began screaming, cut it, instead. But the words fell dead on my lips when the coil of a giant, pale green serpent's body rose above the water and dropped onto the railing where the rod was stuck, smashing everything it impacted into splinters. The boat rocked to an almost 90-degree angle before slamming back into the water. Just before Dan could fall through the broken rails, I rushed to my feet to look over the side, just in time to see the last 6 feet of this tail disappear beneath the waves. I've spent my entire life on the ocean, but I've never seen anything like what we saw that day. It was like a giant anaconda left over from the Jurassic period. I've heard countless old sailors talk about creatures like it, but monster legends and sailing go hand in hand. Knowing what I do know now, it makes me wonder what other stories are true. And how many of the boating accidents by that island were actually from jagged rocks. Obviously, we returned to the docks immediately after that, but I haven't been able to go back out on the water since. I actually have several stories of my time working as a pharmacist at the hospital pharmacy. This particular pharmacy was in the basement, and I also used to work third shift. To be fair, third shift in the basement with the emergency lights on, only that is creepy enough, but I always felt like I was being watched or followed too. It started one night when I was gathering IV supplies to take back to the pharmacy for preparation of the next day. Something kept kicking my cart, knocking the supplies off. So I started brick stacking them so that they were more stable and bringing the bins with me so that the supplies wouldn't fall off the cart. This one night I gathered up the supplies, brought them back to our IV room and started putting them away when the cart goes flying across the room, scattering everything. Then, from the bins where I was placing the new supplies, things start just flying straight out of there, at me. Not from the top, not from the middle of the stacks. From the bottom, 1-liter bags of NS flying at my head. After about the 10th bag, I just yelled, "Enough," and it stopped. I picked up what had fell and I started rearranging things when I saw that the cart that I was working from was rolling back towards me. It stopped right at my waist, and I swear on my life, the bags still on the cart moved so slowly and deliberately back into their brick pattern. I was stunned. So after this event and several weeks of similar encounters, one night I finally just said, "Look, I don't care that you follow me, but I'm super busy, and I can't handle your shenanigans. If you're going to be my shadow, at least help me out." For the rest of the night, every time I went to push the elevator button, it illuminated in front of me. These were service elevators, not the kind in the lobby with multiple buttons. After that, anytime I lost something, be it a pen, marker, stamp with my initials, bag of medicines, it always reappeared on this certain spot on a shelf in our compounding area. I rarely used that area on third shift, but I swear, all I had to do was ask where it was, and within 10 minutes it would be in the exact same spot, every time. I left that hospital after 2 years, and on my way home after my last shift, something that happened that to this day I think saved my life. I was leaving as the sun was coming up. I was driving home. My radio shut off unexpectedly. It was a 2013 Focus, and this had never happened. So as I'm messing with the controls, in a split second, the sun hit me in the face. The radio came on blaring, which scared me, and I slammed on my brakes. When I looked up, I was inches away from this SUV, stopped in the middle of the road, hazards flashing. I immediately look up in my rearview mirror expecting someone to almost be hitting me, and I caught the slightest glimpse of this boy in my back seat, who then vanished on a double take. Though I only saw him for a second, his image is forever in my memory. He was dusty looking. He had sandy hair and an old bowl cut style, button-up shirt, cloth pants, biggest grin on his face, sitting perfectly in the middle of my back seat. That was the last time I ever saw or felt his presence. Two years before our 15-year-old daughter, Allie, died in a car accident, I had a dream that she would die in a car accident. In the years since the accident, our life has been turned upside down, but we also have experienced countless events involving Allie that brought us comfort. One night I was playing a word game on my iPad. I began a fresh game and waited for the new tiles to dispense. I was thinking of my daughter. When they did dispense, it stole my breath. There, in a perfect order, were just 3-letter tiles. A-L-Y. Coincidence? I didn't think so. I often dream of Allie where she's sitting by my side, yet I'm the only one who knows she's there. She's invisible to everyone else. She said that it has to be this way for reasons I can't understand. But she's always with us. My husband used to beg for a dream from Allie. He just wanted to be sure his baby girl was okay. One night he got something far more. I remember moaning in my sleep, a deep guttural moan. Only a bereaved mother understands. My husband said he looked at me to make sure I was okay, and in that moment, Allie's face was transposed onto mine. He got his wish. Some people believe after-death contact is evil. How can something that brings so much comfort be evil? It's been 10 years now, and Allie doesn't visit often, but I always know she's there. And that brings tremendous comfort to my broken heart. I was with my mom when she'd gotten news that my Uncle Jake had gone missing off a boat in the Puget Sound. He had apparently gone overboard and he couldn't swim, so they told us they probably wouldn't find him alive. It had already been almost 2 days. That night, the phone rang. I stayed seated at the kitchen table while my mom answered. Her face went white as a ghost, and then she said in a tone that still worries me to this day, "Who is this?" And the caller hung up. I asked her who it was. She said she didn't know, and that it sounded like my uncle. The only thing that he said before hanging up was, "Help me, Jeannie. Please help me." My mom called her sister-in-law to tell her about the call, but she didn't answer. Later that same evening, she called my mom back, but she wasn't returning the missed call. She was calling to tell my mom they'd found my uncle's body. He'd washed ashore, likely dead for a couple of days. My father died in 1982 when I was 8. I was an only child and I was daddy's girl. His death wasn't sudden as he was diagnosed with cancer in June and passed away in November. Even at an early age, I knew the permanency of death. My great-grandmother died a year prior to his passing, and my grandmother passed away in June 1982. I was in school when my dad died that morning. I was using the restroom. When I turned to open the stall door, I caught a whiff of aqua velva. For those who don't know, it was a popular aftershave in the 70s and 80s, and it has a very distinct odor. Well, that's what my dad wore, and I loved the smell of his cheeks. So when I caught the distinct odor, I was expecting to see him outside the girls' bathroom. I walked out and didn't see him, so I walked down the hallway hoping he was looking for me. When I finally went back to class, my teacher called me up to her desk and informed me that I'd been gone for about 15 minutes. She said, "It's 9:55. You left here at 9:40. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on school. I kept thinking about smelling that odor. At 10:30, my mom came to the classroom and my teacher went out to speak with her. After a while, my teacher came in, quietly got my coat and lunchbox, and walked me into the hallway. I didn't say anything to my mom, and when we got to the stairway landing, I asked if Daddy had died. She turned and stooped down to my eye level, and with tears in her eyes quietly said, "Yes." I asked her when he died, and she replied, "At 9:45. I truly believe that he wanted to let me know that he was there in that bathroom, and it was his time to go. Every so often I'll catch a whiff of aqua velva for just a slight second, and I'd like to think that it's my dad checking in on me." I do believe in phone calls from beyond, and I speak from experience. Early one morning, way back in the landline days, I answered a call from an uncle in New York City who asked in an uncharacteristically quiet tone to speak to my mother. I told him that she had left for work, and he thanked me and hung up without leaving a message. I thought the call was strange, as my uncle was normally loud, very outgoing, and always interested in what was going on with me. A few days later, his wife reported him missing after having not seen him for a few days. Sadly, he had died of a massive heart attack on an NYC street without carrying any ID. It was only through the tireless effort of other relatives and us putting our heads together that he was ever identified. I'm absolutely certain the phone call was after his passing. Perhaps he didn't want to stay unidentified forever. After my father died suddenly, I had to clean out his place and dispose of any of his things that we didn't want to keep. In his things was his cell phone. I got all the contacts out of it and turned the phone off for the last time. I put it in a drawer in my office. I spent the first week sort of in shock and planning for the funeral and settling his estate. At one point, I'd wondered why I hadn't felt that he was around me. About 5 minutes later, my phone rang. Caller ID showed it was my dad calling from his cell phone number. What? I just sat there in shock for a couple of rings trying to process it. I answered the phone, and there was nobody there. I rushed from my house to my office, and his phone was still in the drawer, still turned off. It was a couple of days later, and I was still trying to understand what happened. I finally mentioned it to my stepmother, my father's second wife, and she said she got a similar call at the same time on the same day. Too crazy. Hard to explain. It's been about 6 months since I saw the apparition of a ghostly inmate. I built a reputation around this time as a solid officer, tough but very fair. I'd been assigned as area security. The area I was assigned as part of my job was to check fences and gates and act as an auxiliary officer in case our officers in the dorm needed to go smoke or something. It was about 2:30 a.m. Me and my partner Skylar were outside having a smoke. Now I'm an Army veteran with PTSD, and part of that is hyper-awareness. As I was smoking, I looked out onto the rec yard and saw shadows moving around back and forth against the perimeter lights. I motioned to Skylar to look, and he said, "Is someone on the yard?" "No, I don't think so." I went and grabbed the keys from the sergeant and grabbed my big mag light. We entered the yard, and it was eerie. I shined my light towards where I thought I saw the shadows. Nothing was there, but at the far edge of my light, I'd see movement. After playing cat and mouse for about 20 or 30 minutes, Skylar called down to Tower 2 to turn on the yard lights. After he did, we searched for another 30. No one was there. Now the ground of the yard was loose sand substance that they called ballast. They would have inmates level it every time they were on the yard. So if anyone was on the yard, we could see their footprints. The only prints were mine and Skylar's. We went back flabbergasted. How was that possible? Still, to this day, I can't figure out that phenomenon. Has anyone ever witnessed shadows at the edge of their light? What is that? Skylar and I had experienced something together before that, though. This was when we were still in training. Back in the day, the prison I worked at and the prison where we trained were once part of the same prison, the Rock of Rayford. Where the Corrections Academy trains is part of an old death row housing. Now, this place was creepy. Not like Ghost Adventures creepy, but like a feeling that you're being watched. Me and my buddy Skylar were in the same class. We would go over to the old death row housing to get out of the Florida rain and have a cigarette. This is an old star-shaped building, 5 wings each holding 10 cells with a gun gallery in the center for the officers to sit in. If you stand in the middle of the officer station, you can see down all 5 wings. This will be important later. So me, Skylar, and our friend Eric, who was also a classmate, went and had a smoke. As we left the building, the classic beautiful Florida weather struck. Rain, thunder, and the whole shebang. We laughed at the weather's insanity while running to the other building. As we entered, the building was silent. Like, dead silent. All you could hear was the rain falling on the roof and outside. We approached the first gate, which is inside a ways. As we approached it, I kept having this weird feeling that we were being watched. We approached the old gun gallery, and Eric made a comment. "What is this place?" "Old death row housing and confinement," I told him. "Wow, this is so cool. Can I go in here?" As he approached the old gun gallery. "I don't think anyone cares anymore, man. This place has been closed since the 90s, Skylar said. Suddenly, we all heard a loud cough. Everyone became silent. "Jay, did you hear that?" Skylar asked. "Yeah, but it's probably just the rain." "Should we go check and make sure?" "I'm not going. Fuck that," Eric said. Finally, I said, "I'll go check it out. You two keep an eye out." I pulled out my pen light and walked down the north wing where I heard the cough. It was an old space with windows that were busted out and the old-style jail bars. Cots still overturned, missing the mattresses, of course, but with bits of trash scattered about. Some of it looked like it may have been from prior inmates. As I got deeper into the wing, the hair stood up on my arms. I got goosebumps. Then I heard a noise like whispering. I raised my light, thinking that an inmate was hiding in there. Nothing was there. Then I heard the sound of shuffling and then running behind me. I took off and yelled, "Stop." I shined my light and nothing was there. I ran down the wing and yelled to Eric, asking if anyone had come down here. He was still standing in the gun gallery and shook his head. He yelled back, "No, just you. Why?" I told them both what had happened, and we elected to grab the instructor and were verbally warned to stay out of that building, to never speak of this or any paranormal happenings ever again, not on the compound. This is probably the most insane feral thing I've ever witnessed in 42 years of living, and it all took place right behind my house, which is now my greedy ex-wife's house. Yep, she took everything. Fellas, take it from me and get yourself a prenup beforehand. That girl next to you is gonna leave you high and dry someday. Now, back when it was a simpler time and I was still allowed to live in my own fucking house, I had a backyard that led out to beach access. It was my sanctuary. The property of the backyard had been lined with agave plants and golden cane palm trees. On warm nights, when the wife was staying at her mother's and I had the house to myself, I'd smoke a cigar and sit on the lawn to watch the sunset through the canopy leading out to the beach. On a handful of occasions, I'd see 2, sometimes 3, very small, gnome-looking things dash between the trunks of the palm trees. Their running speed is the likeness of a cat, and all on 2 legs. As quick as they move, I've been able to see that they're running on 2 legs. They resemble little cavemen. It looks like they use palm leaves and other plants for clothing. I've never been able to get a picture of them because of how randomly and sudden their appearance is. They're always in groups. I've heard them running through the trees way before I could point my finger as to what it was I was actually making that noise. When I actually heard and saw these tiny men run by, I thought, well, I actually don't know what I thought. I knew what I had just seen, but I didn't believe that I had just seen it, if that makes sense. They gave me a year to question my sanity before showing up again. Now the quick scuffling of branches and sand in the bushes put me a little more on edge, but I became obsessed with seeing them again. The nights I was home alone, I'd stay up all night tracking their movements and shining a flashlight around my backyard. But fleeting glances as they ran from the light was all I'd ever managed to see. Until one unforgettable evening. The sun had just set. I was tired from work that day and wasn't planning on going out into the backyard that night. I also didn't want to hear my wife complain about cigar smoke in the house, so I went out to the back deck to enjoy a beer and a smoke. Further past the yard, I see an owl flying around in the sky. It looked as if it was eyeing something in the tree canopy, and its flight path keeps slowly drifting lower, closer to my yard. Then, the owl dives into the leaves of the palm trees and flies back out of the branches with one of those cave people in its talons. A second little person's trying to jab the owl with a small, sharpened object. It looked like they were desperately trying to knock their buddy loose, but the owl was huge compared to them. The little guy with the spear lost his grip and hurtled down through the canopy. I could hear its body snap the branches all the way to the canopy floor. The owl exits slow and labored, but there were multiple tiny spears stuck in its wings and back. Some fell out of its wings, but there were a few that looked deep. Then, mid-flight, the owl dispatches the struggling caveman into its talons. It didn't stand a chance against the aggressive pecking. The owl was biting at the tiny man's skull and upper torso, while holding it securely in its talons. The owl didn't stop, but eventually the body draped in the wind like a plastic bag, as the owl flew away too far to see. It all made me really sick and sad to see. I felt really bad for these tiny people. It really messed with me seeing such visceral carnage on something that resembled a human. Albeit small, but closely resembled. Still don't know what they were, but I have to believe they feel pain and loss just like us. But until I'd told this story on things like wild, kooky cryptid forums, I've never had the means to talk about how much seeing it affected me. I could never even tell my therapist. I think there's a lot of shit that happens on Earth that people, more likely than not, think someone's gonna put me in a mental hospital if I tell them what I saw. And that's what I thought. Still do. That's why I'm talking to you instead of seeking help on capturing one of these creatures for evidence. Oh, and I'm not allowed 100 feet from the property nowadays either, so that's another reason I stopped searching for answers. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so obviously I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door on the off chance that it would be open and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes in the sink, a drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man, a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant, and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd, as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door, and it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. I was driving southbound on I-81 in Virginia on a summer day, but recent rain had left the road slick. I was taking it slow, carefully navigating the wet pavement while faster vehicles zoomed past me. One car shot by at a breakneck speed, easily 90 to 100 miles an hour. I glanced over to where my mother and nephew were asleep in the bunk behind me. I had been about to make a comment on the driver's reckless speed, but seeing them peacefully asleep, I mumbled my frustration to myself instead. About a mile down the highway, I noticed the same car again. This time, it was airborne, crashing violently into the side of a semi. The impact ripped the trailer open. The load, marked as hazmat, spilled across the road. The sight was surreal. The crumpled wreckage of the car, the strewn totes, and the semi's mangled trailer. I pulled over quickly, heart racing. The driver of the car was bleeding profusely, his injuries severe. My mother and I rushed to his aid, using towels to stem the flow of blood the best we could. Each moment felt like an eternity, our hands trembling as we tried to help. The sound of sirens grew closer, and soon the state police and paramedics arrived, taking over the scene with a grim efficiency. We continued our journey to my mother's house, arriving about 30 minutes later. The house was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos we'd just left behind. As we settled in, we turned on the news, hoping for some information about the accident. The headlines were stark and unforgiving. The driver had died. And then just one of those weird, unnecessary but chilling realizations struck me. My offhand comment to myself about the driver having a death wish had taken on horrific weight. I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that my words had somehow been a dark premonition. And that little coincidence just haunts me. I service fire equipment, so I drive a box truck and cover parts of Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Maryland, West Virginia. I was in rural northwest Pennsylvania, returning from a service call and heading towards the interstate to go home. On my way to this customer, I saw a small pickup truck on the interstate whose right rear tire was steadily deflating. A mile or so before my exit, they pulled off to the side. I didn't stop to see if they needed help, and I felt a little bad about it. As I drove down this dark, twisty road, I passed a Dodge Durango pulled over into a barn driveway. There was a person lying on the ground behind it, struggling with something. It looked like a guy was trying to change a tire or get a spare out from under the Durango. Remembering the pickup from earlier, I decided to turn around and see if he needed some help. I pulled into the first driveway I saw, about a fourth a mile down the road, turned around and headed back. Halfway back, the Durango passed me, going the direction I had originally been headed. I got back to where I had seen the Durango, planning to turn around again, but as I swung into the driveway, my headlights caught a figure lying motionless in the snow. I stopped and jumped out just as the figure sat up. It was a woman, maybe in her 40s, in a thin, torn black skirt and top. Her hair was messy. Her eyes were starting to swell. She had red marks on her throat, and her lip was bleeding. I helped her up, got her into my truck, cranked up the heat. I'd taken my jacket off, so I gave it to her, and she covered her arms and torso. She didn't want to say anything. Her throat was sore, and she was badly frightened. I called 911, and they dispatched a police car. I gave her a bottle of water, and she whispered, "Thank you," then sat with her head bowed and her eyes closed. It took about 15 minutes for the police car to get there, and she stayed silent. As the car pulled in, she said mostly to herself, "He's gonna arrest me." The trooper walked up and motioned me to exit, asked her if she needed an ambulance. She declined, then asked me what had happened. I explained what I'd seen. He wrote everything down, then talked to her for a few minutes. He helped her out of the truck and into his car. She quietly thanked me for coming back because she thought that guy meant to kill her. As far as I know, she wasn't arrested. She was pretty beaten up, and the trooper spoke and handled her as if she were a victim of the assault. It was almost certainly a transaction, sex or drugs, that had gone very badly, which is why I think she believed she would be arrested. I never found out what happened. I watched the news outlets for that area for a while, but never found anything. I've been driving a rig for a little over 3 years now, but I'm currently looking for some new work. Some people enjoy the lifestyle, but it's just not for me. I grew up in a city where the only thing you had to worry about were the other people, robberies, murderers, and the like. But when you're driving through open roads in the middle of nowhere, there are much worse concerns. Concerns I never considered when I took the job. Most of the time, the worst you'll encounter are poor drivers and traffic jams. But I recently drove through the night in order to finish a haul before my kid's birthday. To be fair, I did make it back for his party, just not without a price. It was well past 1 a.m. on a long stretch of highway when I had a back tire blow out on the passenger side. Huge strips of rubber were on the road, and I had just come around a curve. I couldn't leave it there for someone to hit, so I pulled over, grabbed a flashlight. I was more annoyed than anything. It's just exactly my type of luck. Once the rubber was off the road, I dug out all of the tire tools and got to work. Right when I got the old one off, I started hearing something big moving around in the woods behind me. At first, I ignored it, but as it got closer, I realized it was something on 2 legs. We don't have bears around here. That made me think it was a human, which meant fuck that tire. I threw my tools into the cab and then retrieved the safety triangles. As I ran back, I could hear the footsteps just inside the tree line, running with me. I screamed that I had a gun, even though I didn't. Not that it did any good. When I stopped to jump into the driver's seat, I saw what had been chasing me in a small opening between the trees. It was inhumanly big. Its head was at least 9 feet high, and its shoulders were the width of 2 linebackers. Shit, maybe 3, I don't know. It only stopped to look at me for a split second. Once I was inside the cab, it continued running forward. I got the rig moving as fast as she could go, but within a few hundred yards, it darted into the road. I only caught a glimpse of it as it charged towards the passenger door. It all happened so fast. It was on all fours now. I know its body was the size of a brown bear, but its body was jet black, and its head was more like a wolf's. The ears and the snout were long and pointed, and it was bearing huge fangs. I can't really pinpoint what was strange about its teeth. It's like there were more than there should have been, but I swerved so fast that it all seemed to blur together. It slammed into the back of my cab so hard that I thought it must be dead, but it flew back into the woods like it hadn't felt a thing. There was a second I didn't know if I was going to be able to straighten the rig out, but once I did, I didn't stop until I made it to town. By then, I'd begun to question everything. Did I really see what I think I saw? Did I even get a flat tire? Was I just that overworked and overstressed? But then I got out and saw the damage. There had definitely been a flat, and something had definitely hit my truck. There was a huge dent in the side like it had been hit with a wrecking ball. The insurance claim says it was a deer because what the hell else was I supposed to say? A giant wolf-bear monster attacked me? Nah, I have enough problems, thank you very much. This is the only place that I've told the truth, and it's the only place I intend to ever share it. Maybe now I can stop obsessing over it. One thing is for sure, I haven't driven at night since, and I don't think I ever will. This is probably my spookiest story from the road, and to this day I still have no idea what the fuck I saw. So I was in the Virginia, Maryland area, and I had a lot of work-related sites ranging from downtown Baltimore to Virginia Beach and all around. Friday wrapped up and I hit the road to some social arrangements that I'd made for the weekend. I spent the weekend with friends out in various parts of Virginia, got dragged off to other places even further out, the usual weekend fun times. It's late Sunday when I have to leave, or I'm not going to be able to get home in time to start my thankfully late afternoon Monday. I'm fully rested. I didn't do any drinking. I'm not into drugs. I'm on the highway at about 3 a.m. in the middle of bumfuck nowhere between Roanoke and D.C. Absolutely nobody is around. I'm cruising along in the left lane simply because nobody else is around. No headlights for the past hour. No taillights either. No road lamps. It's dark. It's mildly damp. It's foggy. I have the music up. I'm feeling good. All is fine. And then I just happen to look to the left, and there's a fucking dog barking at me. A German shepherd in a car passenger seat. Somewhat blue glow from the instruments inside the car, and it's got its face to the window, and it's barking its head off at me. I got a good hard look at it too, because at first my brain is not registering cop car dummy. I'm doing 90 in a 75. I promptly have an oh shit moment when the dog, the instruments, the white Crown Vic light bar all click in my brain after a second hard look. I put my foot on the brakes and I start slowing down hard but safe to pull over. I even put my blinker on to start shifting lanes over to the right to pull over because, wait, there's no shoulder on the left side of this road. I look back to my left where there's still no shoulder or room for another car, and it's just gone. No trace. I slammed my brakes and stopped in the middle of the fucking highway. Flipped on all my light bars. I even looked around with my handheld spot. There was nothing. No tail lights, no headlights, no engine sounds, nothing. There are no other tire marks in the damp but mine. and I can see for a nice long distance both ways, too. Nothing. My vehicle had great visibility and a lot of extra lighting. There's no possible way someone pulled a sneaky, let alone drove that fast on wet sloped grass and rocks on my left side. So, there you have it. Ghost cop and his dog didn't like me speeding, apparently. Back in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't uncommon for highway patrol officers or state troopers to have CB radios. In fact, almost every truck on the road had one. It was a different time, where communication over the airwaves was key to keeping the roads safe. By 1980, I was running night shifts for a trucking company out of California, driving from one terminal to another on a scheduled route, 5 nights a week. There were plenty of other drivers doing the same thing, and over time, you got to know each other pretty well. We'd chat on the radio, share road conditions, or just pass the time on those long stretches of highway. One particular night, I was cruising along when I noticed a California Highway Patrol, CHP car, out in the fast lane with its lights flashing. It struck me as odd since I hadn't seen any speeders blow past me recently. Curiosity got the better of me, so I picked up the mic and asked, "Hey, officer, you got a radio?" To my surprise, he responded, "Yes, I do. In fact, I was just about to call you. I wonder if you and your buddies could do us a favor. There's a bad wreck up ahead, about 3 miles with lane blockage and injuries. We could really use a traffic break." "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation. "Where do you need traffic to stop?" He mentioned an overpass about 2 miles down the road. Medi-flight's on the way to pick up one of the injured, but they need some space to land safely. "Got it," I said. Then I called out to 2 other drivers that I knew were close by. "Hey, Jake, Tim, you guys still behind me?" Both of them confirmed that they were. "Come on up here beside me, and let's start slowing traffic down." I was running in the right-hand lane, so Jake pulled his rig up beside mine in the middle lane, while Tim took the far left. The 3 of us started to gradually back down our speed, keeping it nice and smooth. The CH officer stayed about a 1/4 mile ahead of us, guiding the traffic from the middle lane of the 3-lane freeway. As I glanced in my mirrors, I saw the glow of 4-way flashers lighting up the highway behind us. Slowly but surely, we brought everything to a halt right under the overpass. The CHP car came to a stop, parked sideways across the highway in front of us, as the helicopter descended to the scene of the crash. We all climbed out of our trucks, the cool night air hitting our faces as we gathered around waiting. The helicopter took off after a few tense minutes, and soon enough, the wreck was cleared from the road. The CHP officer walked over, his expression a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. "We'll be ready to roll in just a few minutes. I really appreciate what you guys did back there." We nodded, and after he got back into his car, we turned to our trucks. A short while later, he called over the radio, "Okay, let's move. Stick to the middle lane until the sweepers finish up. Thanks again." As we passed the crash site, the officers waved from the shoulder, and we waved back, glad to have helped in some small way. Another night, we found ourselves boxing in a drunk driver. We slow-walked him to the freeway, staying on his tail and flanking him on both sides until a base station was able to call the CHP. The officer got out there quickly, took the guy off the road before he could hurt anyone. To start off, I'm not a superstitious person, or overly paranoid for that matter. I'm skeptical about ghosts and spirits and all that, but as I write this, regardless of what it was, I have chills. It was the fall of '98, and I'd been a truck driver for about 10 months. I was driving down a lonely stretch of 2-lane roads in central Louisiana. The sun was setting, and I hadn't passed a town in miles. The scenery was quiet, almost eerily so, with the trees casting long shadows across the road. It was one of those evenings where the world feels just a little off. That constant feeling like something's gonna happen. As I was driving, I noticed a hitchhiker up ahead. I thought to myself that I could use some company for a few miles and considered pulling over. But then something about the way he was dressed caught my eye. He looked like he was straight out of the 1950s, dressed like a greaser with a leather jacket, slicked back hair, everything. The whole scene felt like a snapshot from another era. What really unsettled me, though, was that the entire time I was approaching him, he kept his back to me. He never turned around, not once, and this all played over the span of just a couple minutes. But it felt longer, like time had slowed down. Suddenly, I was hit with a gut feeling that I shouldn't stop. I can't explain it, but every instinct screamed at me to keep going. So instead of pulling over, I swerved wide around the hitchhiker, giving him a wide berth. As I passed him, I glanced into my side mirror to check if I was clear, and that's when I saw it, or at least I think I did. Where his face should have been, there was nothing but an eyeless skull staring back at me. The image was so vivid and so chilling, it's burned into my memory. I'm not saying I actually saw it or that I know what it is. It could have been a mask, my imagination, trick of the light, but it scared me then, and it scares me now. He'd clearly been hitchhiking, so what was his intention if it was a mask? And if it wasn't a mask, what the hell was it? Some people hear this story and think, wow, what a creepy coincidence. Others hear it and think, yeah, that was definitely a spirit. And honestly, some people laugh. But I believe this was my first paranormal experience. Many years ago, when I was around 7 years old, me and my family were at a cemetery visiting my grandfather, which we barely did because we lived so far away. It was actually my first visit. He had died when I was 3. By the time we visited the graveyard, it had changed a lot. A lot more people had died, and the graveyard had gotten bigger. It was raining, so I had my umbrella with me. It was small for a child. I was walking around with it to protect myself from the rain. I also remember really liking it. We were there for an hour just searching for my grandfather's grave, but we just couldn't find it. We searched every corner, but it seemed like it wasn't there. So my father wanted us to go home since we had a long drive ahead of us and needed to get back. So I went through the rows of graves back to my family, when suddenly my umbrella got stuck in a bush above one of the graves. I kept pushing and trying to pull it out, but it just wouldn't let go. Since I didn't want to leave the umbrella there, my father came up to me and tried to help. It took a while. I'm not even sure how it got stuck this bad to begin with, but it just wouldn't come out of the plant. When my father finally managed to untangle the umbrella from the bush, he looked up, only to see that the bush was on my grandfather's grave. It really felt like it was supposed to happen. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. When I was 7, I was playing on my own when I had a question for my mom. I went looking for her and saw that she was in our car vacuuming it. I watched her for a moment and still remember the way she moved her long-haired ponytail out of the way of the vacuum pipe. I tapped on the window to get her attention. She didn't look up, so I waved my arms and yelled, "Mom, Mom," to no response. The question must have been unimportant because I gave up and went back into the house. As I walked in, my mom was standing in the kitchen. I felt goosebumps all over my body. I still remember to this day how confounded I was in that moment. I walked up to her, very confused, and asked her if she'd just been vacuuming in the car. She looked at me strangely and said that she was never in the car, that she'd been in the kitchen this whole time. As I knew it was impossible for her to move from the car to the kitchen in that short space of time, I began to wonder how many other things I saw that were not really there. This one is one of my most vivid memories, and every detail was incredibly real. It never happened again. This happened to me January 2015. I didn't even know what a black-eyed kid was at the time. I'd always been a night owl, into playing video games, surfing the net, and reading books well into the night. At the time, we were living in a 3-plex condo in the center unit. All of them were 2-story, a few miles outside of town, and sheltered in isolation just off an old highway. So, it would have been really difficult for somebody to walk that far down to our development and know whose porch to approach. It was about 2 a.m. It'd been storming big time on the Oregon coast that night. The winds whipping through the area, and we'd had sideways rain going on for days. I was sitting in my room with a little stained glass lamp on, and that wasn't much brighter than a nightlight. I was also burning a candle. The house was perfectly quiet and appeared to be asleep, except for me. That's when I began to hear our front screen door creaking. It sounded like it was being slowly and carefully opened. Whoever was out there at that time of night, in those conditions, seemed to know about the squeaky door and was trying to open it as quickly as possible, about an inch at a time. I kept listening for the sound, making sure it wasn't the wind, but I kept hearing a little hinge creak and then another creak until it was obvious that it was very deliberate. Whoever was doing this knew exactly what they were doing, and for whatever reason, chose not to ring the illuminated doorbell right next to the front door. All of this was going through my mind in rapid, terrifying detail, freaking me out to the real threat that I was about to be confronted by a very bold intruder. I breezed around the corner of my room, which was on the bottom floor, closest to the front porch, and I made my way towards the door. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew somebody was definitely out there. My husband at the time was sleeping upstairs, probably passed out cold. He was a doctor who was always on call, kept long hours, so I hesitated to wake him or get the police involved until I knew for sure what to report. I stood silently in front of the door, armed with my phone and a baseball bat, waiting to see what, if anything, would happen next. Roughly 2 minutes later, I saw the front doorknob being turned slowly, like someone was trying to manipulate the door open. It was locked, but since whoever was out there had taken the time to quietly get that far, I felt fairly confident that they were about to take it much further. The old front door we had at the time didn't have a peephole. It just had this little bit of glass over the top of it that only a 7-foot-tall person could see through. My only alternative was to look through a side 3-foot-long by 6-inch narrow window, just adjacent to the door. I kept the lights off and slowly tried to move the little curtain, just enough to peek out onto the porch. As soon as I did, I was shocked to see a figure cloaked in a hoodie staring straight back at me. I was overcome with a feeling of dread and panic. At that point, I flipped on all the lights inside the house and yelled through the front door, "Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer. I repeated myself and asked, "Are you injured, or is there someone I can call for you?" By then, it was at least 2:30 in the morning. There was still no response, so I ran around quickly and made sure the windows and back doors were locked. I also went to the top of the stairs to look out the hallway window to the parking area. I wanted to see if there were any cars or other figures hiding out in the darkness. I couldn't see anything unusual anywhere. I ran back down to the front door and yelled, "I'm calling the police now." Finally, I heard what sounded like a woman in a monotone voice say, "I need you to open the door and let me in." I was dumbfounded and choking on fear, but I asked her why, what was wrong, and if she needed me to make a call for her. I asked if she was hurt, but I got no reply. So I informed her that my husband was home and sleeping upstairs. I told her I would wake him up and started yelling for him. She interrupts my shouts with a cryptic, robotic reply. "I'm not hurt. I need to come inside. I have something to give you." I was flipping out of my mind by now, but I pulled the curtains all the way back on the side window, turned on the front porch light, and asked her to show me through the glass. She turned around and I could see that she was holding this perfectly groomed, long-haired Pomeranian. It was wearing some gold medallion collar, a fancy one that had the dog's name engraved on the front. Even through the glass, I could see that the address wasn't mine. She must have known that. At that point, she said to me, "I'm here to give you back your dog. Let me in. I'll give him back to you." I snapped back. "That's not my dog, lady. Look at his collar. My dog's right here." And both of them were sitting right beside me, standing guard, but keeping strangely silent. She said again in her creepy way, "I just want to give you your dog back." It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone on steroids. I said, "Look at the dog's tag. Where did you find this dog? Look at the address. It's not my dog, but I'll make a phone call to its rightful owner if you tell me the number on the tag." I was becoming more concerned about the dog, being a devoted dog lover, and the fact that this disturbing person wasn't actually its owner. She didn't move, and I noticed the dog she was carrying was being unusually still as well. It wasn't acting upset, anxious, trying to get away from her. It didn't make sense. It was the most peculiar situation I'd ever seen, but the feeling was ominous and dark. I started looking carefully at this woman so that I could give the details to police, in case she took off with the dog. I could see that she was a thin, younger woman, possibly a late teenage girl. She had straight, dark hair, covered by a red hoodie she was wearing, and a pair of dark jeans. It was impossible to see her eyes. I reached into a nearby coat closet for a flashlight. Just then, she said, "If you would just open the door and take a look at the dog to make sure it's not yours, I'll leave." I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, held my phone tightly, and walked towards the door. My dogs never moved. I figured I'd take a close look and slam the door if I had to. I figured if she was unarmed, I might have a chance of grabbing the dog and getting it to its rightful owner. So I said to her, "I've got my phone. I'm ready to call the police if you try anything. Can you just step back from the door and I'll take a look at the dog?" I pulled the front door open slowly and took a long, careful look. The dog appeared to be exceptional and perfect, like it had just come from winning a prize at the AKC dog show. It was obviously someone's prized pet, not just a stray that she'd found, or one that I'd seen around before. I told her it wasn't mine, again. As I did, she took one step towards the door, and I noticed she was holding something in her left hand behind her back, while her other hand was supporting the weight of the dog. She kept looking down at her feet and remained silent. I asked her to put the dog down. As I said that, she glanced back towards the road in the parking area, but I didn't see anyone or any cars there. I asked her again to put the dog down and to leave the front porch area. I said I would let the dog in as soon as she did, and then I'd get it back to its rightful owner. At that point, she looked up at me and seemed to stare right through me with her cold, dead, penetrating eyes. I've never seen anything more bizarre in my life. Her eyes were jet black, her hollow stare fixated on me, like I was being examined or called to some kind of challenge. My hands were trembling, and it was all I could do not to throw up. She didn't seem drunk or on drugs of any kind. She seemed surreal, and in my mind, I kept thinking of the Grim Reaper. I was hearing the words to the Lord's Prayer and struggling not to make eye contact with her. There was something very unnatural and menacing about her eyes, her intensity and her odd, calculated, cold behavior. I couldn't figure it out. I shut the door and started screaming for my husband to come downstairs. He finally came down. I yelled to him, "Hurry! There's somebody standing on the front porch. She's got someone else's dog, keeps saying it's mine. I think she's carrying something behind her back. There's something very wrong with her. Be careful." I called 911 as he opened the front door, but she was already gone. There was no sign of her anywhere. We even got in the car and drove around. The police couldn't find her either, and they couldn't find any reports on a missing woman or a missing dog anywhere in the state. The incident haunted me, so I decided to research lost pets with the description, any reports of women or girls like her in the area that might have been reported or listed nationwide, but I couldn't find anything. Curiously, the only thing that kept coming up was a new sighting of the so-called black-eyed kids in the Portland, Oregon, or northern coastal area where I was living at the time. I'd never heard of anything like that, but when I saw the pictures that other people had posted, read some of the stories, similar reports, my heart froze. She looked exactly like that. The eyes, especially. I don't know what else I could tell you, but I'll never forget it. I'm not sure what her purpose was, though, but I feel like she targeted me because of the fact that I was isolated, known for having my dogs with me everywhere. I would do anything to protect a dog or a helpless animal. Somehow I think she knew that, but it'll always be a creepy mystery. I think I technically have two ghost stories. When I was in the Navy, I worked in a top-secret area. It had 24-hour security guards at the door, and nobody who didn't have top-secret security clearance could enter. The only people who had access were people that I knew well, and none of them were into practical jokes. So there's no question of this being a trick. For several months on my morning watches, midnight to 8 a.m., I would be working alone in a room quite a distance from the rest of the watch. The room was at the end of a long corridor, and there was nowhere anyone could possibly hide between the main area and this room. When I had been working there for a few nights, somebody asked me if anything odd had happened while I was there. I asked him what he meant, and he wouldn't say. He said he didn't want to put ideas into my head, but if it happened, I would know. A few nights later, I was at work again, and I heard footsteps coming up the corridor. They weren't ghostly footsteps. It just sounded like regular Navy clodhoppers walking up the hall and into the room. I assumed it was somebody coming up to offer me coffee or a snack, and I kept working with my back to the door. When nobody spoke, I turned around and saw that nobody was there. I went back to work, and slowly, a feeling of tremendous menace came over me. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination and to keep working. But it became more and more intense. I couldn't stay in that room. I went up to the radio room and told the others what had happened, expecting to be laughed at. But nobody laughed. Other people had had the same experience. I went back with some trepidation, and nothing more happened that night. But as long as I worked there, it happened every few days, sometimes only once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Nobody ever found out what it was, but nobody could stay in that room for more than a minute when it happened. My second experience happened when my father was dying. He was in a little cottage hospital in a country town. We were told the end was very near, and so my mother, my brother, and I stayed with him all the time. They told us there were only a few hours left. He held on for much longer than expected, and my mother, who was also terribly ill at the time, was exhausted. I persuaded her to come home with me, to rest for a few hours, and she reluctantly agreed. She went to bed and got some much-needed sleep, and I lay reading while I waited for her to wake up again. I put down my book to give my eyes a rest, and I saw my father standing at the foot of my bed, smiling at me. He was no longer wasted and yellow with jaundice from the cancer that was killing him. He looked like a young man again, not a teenager, but perhaps in his early 30s, and brimming with health. I stared at him in shock for a few moments, and then I closed my eyes, opened them again, and he was gone. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. It was my brother, calling to tell us that my father had just died. Were they really ghosts? I'll never know. I don't really believe in an afterlife, or at least I didn't. But after those experiences, I can never entirely write off the possibility. I worked at a nursing home for about 8 years. I came in for my shift one day and was informed that a resident on hospice care would likely be passing away during my shift. I was not on her floor, but the floor across from hers. There were 2 other girls who would be working with her that were both newly hired. I was told that the resident was afraid of dying and did not want to be alone. She had expressed this extensively to the staff. Her son had been with her all day, but that evening he went to get some dinner. During his absence, I saw one of the new girls running up the hall in distress. "Something's wrong with MJ," she said, speaking of the resident. I replied in my most calm manner to explain what was going on as I followed her to MJ's room. "She isn't responding, and her head is tipped to the side. She's got something coming out of her mouth," she exclaimed. Sure enough, MJ was sitting upright, her head cocked to the side. Her chest rose and fell laboriously, like a fish out of water. I went and stood behind her, cradling her head next to mine. I wrapped my arms around her. Both girls were scared and speaking loudly. "She's dying," they exclaimed. I shushed them and said everything was going to be all right. I asked them to get some supplies so that we could get MJ comfortable, mostly to just get them out of the room. I knew I had to be the rock, the one to call up order in the chaos. I knew MJ was close to drawing her last breath, and I knew that she was terrified of being alone. I held her in my arms and sang to her softly. I told her that everything would be all right. I said it over and over again until I could no longer feel her chest rise and fall. It was just MJ and I in that room, and now I was alone with a vessel that had once held her spirit. When the girls returned with clean linens, we carefully changed MJ, and the three of us worked together to lift her into her bed. I remember the odd feeling of holding her lifeless body, her slack limbs, and how the muscle no longer supported any of her joints. I felt I couldn't allow her head to fall backward, that even in death, it was vital to keep her supported. Her son had returned and was waiting outside of the room. I knew I had to prepare her perfectly. The memory of seeing your dead loved one is a core memory, one that you'll never forget. No one ever wants to see their loved one's dead, lifeless body. That's never, ever anything anyone wants. I had to ensure that this tender moment was portrayed with as much dignity as possible. I combed her hair, pulled the sheets up, made sure that there weren't any wrinkles in the bedding. I rested her hands on her chest and used a damp washcloth to close her eyes. When I was sure MJ looked as peaceful as possible, I opened the door and allowed him to begin his grieving process. I've never held someone as they transitioned from one life to the next. As sad as it was, I'm so glad that I could be there for her, that I could comfort her, help her let go, know that she was being cared for. I felt a deep welling in my own heart that I had done something good. I had shared with someone something that no other person was able to do in that moment. I held her while she died. I went to bed that night with a feeling of peace. At some point, I began to dream, and I want to say it was early morning when I felt the presence. The vision in my dream was a chamber of light, gold flecks, and taking on no shape recognizable. Her presence stood beside the head of the bed. She had been there all along, and now I could see her golden aura. In my dreams, I heard her feminine voice. She said, "Thank you," and slowly faded away. I could feel her spirit ascend this earth, and I knew in my heart that MJ had made a point to tell me what I did had truly comforted her. My ex-father-in-law was a troop leader for a local Boy Scouts. I was chaperoning a group of boys on a night hike in some woodland locally. I remained at the base in the car park helping prepare tea, cocoa, and snacks. A few of the kids were always around as they went out in intervals with one leader or another, so it was important for an adult to be there to supervise them. I was around 18, 19 at the time. A car pulled into the car park, which had been corded off and reserved for us to use for the day so the kids would be safe. No one got out of the car, so another leader went over to tell them that the park was off limits or to see if it was a parent showing up early for some reason. They came back almost immediately and told me to call the police. I was the only one with a phone at the time. They said the man in the car wouldn't speak, but was wearing a mask. It was actually the mask from the Scream films, and that he had a shotgun, a pile of rope, and tarpaulin in his car. I remember being so scared that I couldn't even remember the name of the park when I was speaking to the police. I was shaking and couldn't get the words out quickly enough. All I could think was that we couldn't see the car, so I had no idea if the man was still in it or out in the woods, where we had 30 kids in the dark with no way of contacting them. Thankfully, the police showed up in minutes, quickly found the man and arrested him. He said that he was out there hunting rabbits. Why would you do so with a shotgun or need a mask and rope? I don't know. We got all the kids back safely and didn't tell them what had happened, but the sight of 7 or 8 police cars and a police dog, it was pretty difficult to ignore. Definitely one of the scariest experiences I've had. My dad was a sonar tech in the Navy for 15 years and spent a lot of his time on submarines, specifically testing the new ones. He told me many stories from his time at sea, but he never revealed why he quit the Navy until I was in my mid-20s. His crew had been assigned to test a new model, built to go in deeper waters for longer periods. When they reached their target depth, they began running the next round of tests, and the sonar detected a large range of hills along the seafloor. It had a giant round mound over 200 feet high, with several small ridge lines stretching out of its center. My dad described it as if someone had taken a giant octopus and laid it with its legs splayed outwards. The following day, they continued along their route and made it to the next checkpoint for mapping and the various tests. Only this time, there was a problem with the results. The octopus-like mass was closer than it should have been, and some of its legs were at the wrong angle. It seemed their navigation had somehow taken them off course, so everything had to stop while they figured out what was wrong and how to fix it. They spent the entire day checking every part of their systems, but they couldn't find the error. In addition, everything else on the sonar was exactly where it should be. So how was this mini mountain range in a new position, like it had followed them? After another round of tests and checks yielded the same results, they received orders to proceed to the next checkpoint. There, it was the same story. Everything seemed to work perfectly, except the sonar showed the mass as being the same distance from them as the previous days, and the legs were once again in new positions. All of the data was reading as if those hills were actually following them along the ocean floor, like they were alive. Every crew member was an experienced sailor. They all had heard stories about prehistoric creatures still living in the sea. Some of the men were starting to think the landmass was actually one of those monsters, that its shape wasn't a coincidence. They held their position overnight, but there were no further changes in the seascape. Being unable to determine the equipment's malfunction or quell the rising panic amongst the crew, they were ultimately ordered to abort the mission and begin their ascent. They had only risen a few hundred feet when the sonar showed one of those legs moving towards them. Whatever that mass happened to be, it was alive. It wasn't moving fast. Whether it didn't feel the need to or simply couldn't is unknown. But the long appendages dwarfed the submarine. It would be all too simple to crush them beneath its colossal weight. With no time to spare, the captain gave the order to fire or torpedo and increase to full speed. The creature took a hit and let out a sound that haunted my father until the day he died. He couldn't describe it except to say that it felt like the ocean itself was crying in pain. Every man on the sub froze as a shockwave from the explosion carried them helplessly away. The sonar was rendered useless during this time. At first, they believed it was damaged in the blast, but once the creature fell silent, it began to function normally once again. 2 days later, the Navy sent 2 teams down in hopes of eliminating the creature and recovering its body for study. But after more than 3 weeks of searching, there was simply no sign of it. My dad, along with most of his crewmates, never felt safe in the water again. Several were discharged, but my father managed to finish the last months of his contract. He had always planned to stay in the Navy until he retired, but thanks to this experience, he decided to sell cars instead. It was a huge change to our lifestyle, but I was just a kid who missed her dad. I thought he wanted more time at home, and for years afterwards, he never let us see the trauma beneath the surface. That's just the kind of man he was. Then, last year, he passed away after a long battle with cancer, and I've been thinking about his old stories a lot. So, I thought it might be good to share this one. If you spend a lot of time out at sea, please stay safe. There's so much we still don't know about the ocean. I do marine salvage operations in the Pacific. Until recently, I never imagined doing anything else. Now I'm looking into any career that keeps me away from the ocean. I don't even like going to the beach anymore. A couple of months ago, we were contacted by a well-known company that wouldn't like being named, but you've definitely heard of them. In 2014, they lost contact with a ship that was only 8 days into its route, and it was never heard from again. Search and rescue teams made every effort to locate the missing vessel, but ultimately they had to accept the loss. This left a lot of families without closure and cost the company millions. But that was the end of it, until this year when the wreckage was discovered by chance. Once it was identified, we were hired. In this case, so much time had passed that any human remains would be long gone, and the cargo would be useless. This was mostly about closure and publicity. These companies hire people like us with the hope that we'll find something to exonerate them, though if they are to blame, they simply won't share the report. We spent the first day doing recon, hoping to see an obvious reason for why the ship sank, but we couldn't find anything wrong with her, except for the obvious damage caused by being submerged. But if they were attacked or taken by a sudden storm, there would be recognizable signs. On day 2, we entered the wreckage in search of the voyage data recorder, which is just a ship's version of the little black box. We found it exactly where it was supposed to be, and our techs were able to recover the data for the vessel's last 48 hours afloat. I've spent most of my life at sea. I've experienced things that will haunt me for the rest of my life, but this is the one that convinced me to retire. The box records all of the ship's instrument readings, along with audio recordings from the bridge. For whatever reason a ship might sink, there will be certain indicators from the instrument readings alone, but not this time. Everything was operating perfectly up until the ship's final seconds. The only abnormal findings came from the bridge recordings. They began with the captain asking a crewman if he was able to find the child. It didn't make any sense. No children were listed on the manifest, and they generally aren't found on cargo ships. After listening to the whole thing, we were even more confused, but we pieced it together as best we could. Needless to say, you won't be hearing about this in the news. The company decided to keep this information private. From what we can tell, a young girl, roughly 10 years old, was on board, but no one knew how she got there. They assumed she was a homeless stowaway due to her torn clothes and dirty appearance. But you could tell they didn't believe it. They sounded afraid of her. One crewman reported following a rotten smell to the cargo hold, where he heard a child crying. Thinking she didn't hear him, he tried to approach quietly in an attempt to corner her between containers. Only, when he got to the end of the row, nobody was there, and the crying stopped instantly. The only thing left where the child should have been was a small pot of black tar-like substance that was identified as the source of this rotten smell. There was also talk of a bad luck streak that coincided with the girl's appearance when the captain received news of another accident. One of the cooks severed the top of their finger at the knuckle while chopping veggies, swore that somebody had grabbed his hand. I expected this claim to be met with skepticism, but instead, it was compared to a crewman who broke his ankle while descending a ladder. He'd felt someone grab the back of his shirt and pull hard, causing him to fall backwards. His foot became trapped between the rungs. The problem with his story is that nobody else was around, and there was nowhere to hide in the small corridor. The ship's final day began with reports of another sighting. This time, the girl was seen roaming the corridors to the sleeping quarters. They reported dark, muddy water was pouring from her eyes and mouth like a faucet. But when additional men were sent back to investigate, everything was completely dry. The captain called for yet another full search of the ship. Every nook was methodically searched, but there was no evidence of the girl. It was like she snuck on board with nothing but the clothes on her back. Just hours later, a crewman reported that the cargo hold was ankle-deep underwater, but there were no signs of a hull breach. They weren't transporting any liquids. All of the instruments appeared to be operating perfectly. The crew was stumped. The water was rising quickly. Eventually, the captain was forced to give the orders to abandon ship. They had enough space in the lifeboats to carry double their numbers, and they had more than enough time to safely escape. But the lifeboats were gone. They'd been there the previous day, but in the morning's panic, no one realized they were missing until it was too late. They couldn't even call for help. Every attempt to use the radio was met with nothing but static. Ultimately, the crew waited on deck until the last second, when they were forced to take their chances in the open water. All except for the captain, who chose to go down with his ship. I think he fully understood how hopeless their chances were and preferred a quicker end. There's no telling how long the others survived or how much they suffered. The captain spoke once more before falling silent forever. In his final moments, he spoke of seeing the girl. She came to thank him for staying with her. She'd been lonely for a very long time, but they became friends. Any skeptics who hear that recording will probably blame a dying man's hallucinations, including me. That's because it's much better than the truth. It's better to tell yourself that and forget this whole story than to admit the soft voice of a child can be heard in the background. It's faint, but if you turn the volume up to max, it's there. When I was 4 years old, my parents built their dream home on 2.5 acres of land off the beaten path. There were other houses nearby, but it was a very spacious area, mixed in with a few farmhouses. I was a very imaginative kid, and I preferred playing alone. Solitude meant that the crazy stories in my head could be as crazy as I wanted, without judgment from the others playing the game. The back acre of our yard was nothing but woods, mostly pine, and sometimes when I was feeling brave, I would play in the woods until dark, never after dark. Some adventures during the day had even ended in an unexpected sprint out of the trees. Strange whispers that sounded like someone was inches from the back of your neck. Once I even heard a scream, but never after dark. I couldn't even look out of the living room window towards the trees after dark. One night, I got caught up in building a fort in the woods. I call it a fort, but it was just boards nailed to trees, creating railings in a rectangular pattern. In my mind, it was my castle. I didn't even notice the sun going down through the trees until I heard my name being called from the direction of the house. I panicked, sweat broke my pores, and I sprinted so hard my chest began to sting. Don't look back. Don't look into the dark. I made it to the back porch and wrenched the door open. The kitchen and living room were empty. My brother was taking a bath while my dad told him stupid jokes. I got down the hall to my parents' room, my mother playing solitaire on her computer. I apologized for being out so late and that she had to call for me. She looked at me blankly, obviously confused. She didn't call for me. I went to bed unsettled that night, but fell asleep quickly after playing outside all day. I don't remember the dreams I had that night, just unease. For the first and only time in my life, I fell out of bed and onto the floor. Confused and waking up, I felt my way around, trying to understand what had happened. And what happened next is the description of the strangest moment of my life. I grabbed a pair of feet. I felt the ankles under my hands and the hair running up the legs. I looked up in a panic, yellow eyes, broken, grinning teeth, a look of pure malice wrapped in a blanket that I slept with. A pink and brown fleece blanket I'd stolen from my grandmother. I screamed bloody murder and flailed myself across the bedroom, down the hall, and into my parents' room. My dad tore into my room to see what had caused my indescribable terror. While I hid in my mother's arms, my dad searched the whole house and found nothing. I moved out of that room into my brother's the next day. When I got older, I rationalized it all away, moved back into my old room. And every now and then, I suffered incredibly violent dreams, but nothing so up close and personal. I can still see that face, but I never did see my grandmother's blanket again. Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019, and all that time I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. When I was about 12, I got the opportunity to stay with my friend and her family who lived on a boat. They traveled to many locations on the boat for many years, but this story, we were in Jamaica for a week. The mini vacation started off so fun. We were in the pool or at the beach back and forth every day, all day. But on the third day, I started seeing enormous snakes in the water, just looking at me, blinking with their big eyes. I remember I was stepping over into the boat. I could see a huge snake diving down into the water. It creeped me out. I couldn't sleep and I didn't want to go swimming in the ocean anymore. The family took notice that I didn't want to go into the ocean, so they decided that maybe a river would be fun. I remember on the journey I was contemplating in my mind if it would be safe or not. When I got to the river and looked around, I didn't see any snakes, so I was ecstatic. I started stripping down to my swimsuit, ran right into the river, swam across to a cliff, climbed up the cliff, getting ready to dive off. But when I looked down, there was a snake staring at me, blinking. I touched a guy and a girl beside me and I said, "Do you see that?" The guy said, "What?" and just jumped in the river. The girl looked at me and said, Yes, I see it," with a scared tone to her voice. I looked at her. I saw the fear in her eyes, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, so I said, "What exactly do you see?" And she said, "The big snake." I looked at her in such shock, but I also had a sense of relief. We were stuck at the top of the cliff. People came and just jumped off, but every time we looked down, we regretted that we looked. I don't know what would have happened if I jumped off like those other people, but I wasn't brave enough to test it. So I did what I thought was best for both of us. I cried. I cried in fear, and my friend's dad came for me and the other girl. I remember asking the girl if this was the first time she'd seen them, the snakes. I remember her saying no. She sees them all the time. Coming back from that trip, I never saw the snake again, but I still wonder what was the reason for them. Why was it just us who could see them? Any theories, anyone? For reasons that I'm sure will become obvious, the names in this story have been changed. My dad was a chef for a very wealthy family from 1972 through the summer of 81. He was one of 3 in-house chefs. They would each rotate staying in one of the guest rooms for a week to be on call for anything this family may request at any hour. During the summertime, they would pay my dad extra to accompany them on their yacht, continuing his duties as chef while they'd travel the northern Atlantic for weeks at a time. At the end of one of these trips, my dad returned home carrying a pillowcase. Being the nosy kid I was, I looked inside and saw more money than I'd ever seen in my life. That night, my dad tells my mom that he no longer works for the family, that we'd be moving to Cleveland the very next morning. That night, as my parents fought in the other room, I gathered my favorite things, trying to keep as much as possible. As I listened through the wall, I could tell it was serious. My mom was crying. my dad was crying. All night I watched as they packed as much as they could fit inside our suitcases. Everything else was left behind. I was too young to understand the gravity of what was happening around me, too young to pack my own suitcase. We arrived at the airport some ungodly hour in the morning, landed in Cleveland also in the morning. For the first 2 months, all of us stayed in a small motel until my dad found us a house in Jefferson. The pillowcase stash of money was more than enough to support us while my dad found a new job. Though I was young, I knew this was a dark time. My parents asked me not to tell any of the kids where I'd come from. They didn't even want me to use my real last name. I was of the ask no questions age, went along with this for a good percentage of my life. Years later, I was looking through an old photo album when I saw a Polaroid of me and my dad standing on that family's yacht. I remember my mom took that picture before he left to wherever he was going that time. Then I was reminded of that striped pillowcase full of money my dad had brought home all those years ago. I took the Polaroid out of the sticky clear album page, brought it to my dad to ask about the family and the random sack of cash. He told me before I was born he worked in the kitchen of a pretty luxurious casino back where we originally came from. There he met one of the owners who enjoyed his culinary skills so much he hired him as a personal chef. We'll call him Eddie. Eddie had multiple lines of revenue he'd pursue on top of his casino earnings. Some of his associates and people he considered his friends were a couple high-ranking members of the Latin Kings and an unnamed MC from a couple of states west. My dad said almost immediately after he took the gig, he was looking for ways out. He'd almost predicted that something bad was going to happen, but he could never make a clean exit. Unfortunately, and fortunately for him, Eddie liked him a lot, his cooking even more. On occasion, Eddie would host a poker night on his yacht, invite them and their families. Those big excursions, my dad had the 2 other cooks with him, but this trip was different. There was a small crew on board for what was supposed to be a 3-day trip down the South Atlantic. The guests Eddie was hosting were his brother Robert, who my father had also become friends with over the years. He was a commercial fisherman and would drive the yacht, as well as a business partner named Wade, described as a small, nervous-looking man. My father smoked cigars with the men and wondered why he was on the boat that day. He'd only met Wade once before, when he'd attended a birthday party at Eddie's house. On their first night out at sea, Robert drops the anchor and they sit idle. My dad goes to the upper level to start the grill and prepare dinner for everyone. That's when he hears arguing from the men on the lower deck. The arguing gets louder. Sounds like it turns physical. Dad stares over the railing to the fight below. Wade's outnumbered by the brothers. He sees Robert restraining Wade's arms from behind. As Eddie punches the wind out of him, a left hook to the stomach sends Wade to the ground. My dad silently winces for Wade, only briefly closing his eyes. He opens them and he sees Robert pick Wade back up. Just enough time for him to scream, "Please don't," before Eddie shoots him at point-blank range. Immediately, my father closed his eyes, but couldn't bring himself to move. He could hear Robert and Eddie pull up the anchor, tie Wade's body directly to the metal slab, before they dragged it off the back of the boat. My father was sure he was going to be killed next. Instead, when they saw my father standing frozen on the upper deck, they insisted that he continue dinner as they cleaned up this mess. Their literal words. The 3 men shared a steak dinner that night in the yacht, idled by an anchor with Wade's body fastened tightly against it. Eddie remorsefully explains to my father that he and Robert had to do this. Wade had been trying to give tribal police some information on the casino, and it was rumored that Wade had made some less than favorable advances towards Eddie's teenage daughter. Unfortunately for Wade, Eddie had most of the tribal police department under his payroll, and he really loved his daughter. The officer called Eddie the moment Wade left his office, Robert thought that Wade would be too suspicious to get on the yacht if he didn't see my dad on board. They were both very apologetic for involving my dad, using him as a pawn of sorts. Without changing his sympathetic tone, Eddie says that he and Robert need to leave the country for a while, and that my dad and his family will have to leave the state. Eddie wasn't worried about my dad snitching. After all, he made it clear that he knew my family very well, where we lived, went to school, my parents' names. He assured my dad he could and would find us if necessary. On the boat before they docked, Eddie filled the pillowcase full of money from 2 safes inside the yacht. With an overly firm handshake, he wished my dad safe travels. My father looked for weeks. Nothing ever popped up about Wade. No missing persons. Nothing. It was sort of surreal listening to this story firsthand. With both my parents deceased now, it's definitely worth a retelling. Last year, my mate Danny and I took his speedboat out for a little ocean fishing. About 4 nautical miles east of harbor, we stopped the boat and cast out from opposite sides of the deck. Minutes later, Danny sets down his rod and rushes to the front of the boat. He grabs a pair of binoculars and looks back in the direction he's facing. I turn around and immediately see what he sees. From a distance, it looks like 2 men were sitting on a vessel that recently capsized. The keel floating above the waves, just enough for the men to sit on it to avoid the cold. Danny sets down the binoculars and throttles the boat to life. We start heading towards the distressed men. We cut the engine short of their overturned vessel to slow our approach as to not splash them with our waves. As our drift brought us closer, the shape of the men's features began to take form. My heart started to palpitate, noticing how similar their features resembled me and Danny. Danny walks to stand next to me when he sees what I see. We're both in disbelief, but the adrenaline of the situation prolonged our comprehension. Danny turns around to grab life jackets. I run to grab the life preserver. But when we meet back at portside, there's no longer anyone on the overturned boat. The keel was empty of its passengers, clinging to its wood, like they'd never been there. There was no sign of them anywhere. The capsized boat didn't disappear, but we watched it slowly continue to sink, until finally it was fully submerged. We watched it sink into the darkness. We waited for any remains of the wreckage to float up so we could identify and report it when we got back to shore, but nothing surfaced. Released oxygen bubbles didn't even float up after the boat sank. We were in a stunned silence. I made a comment about us just meeting a couple of ghosts, but Danny commented on their features, saying ghosts don't mimic. Whatever it was, we agreed it wasn't earthly, and it definitely wasn't good. An undoubtedly bad sign. So we decided to cut our fishing trip short and head back. On the way back, I was on the verge of tears without having any idea as to why, but I vividly remember feeling an overwhelming grip of sadness when we saw the men. A feeling I initially ignored because I thought that we had to rescue some stranded fishermen. And this feeling followed me all the way home. The air only truly felt clean the next day. It was like my energy was completely expended. Emotionally exhausted from a leisure trip. If you consider this paranormal, it was my only experience with otherworldly entities. Do spirits wander the ocean? Why did they look like us? I don't know if I believe in all the devil stuff, but I really can't classify all of this in another category. Any logical explanations? "2007 was my senior year of high school. On a quick, unrelated preface, first off, a big middle finger to the unoriginal dance committee members for making every dance a James Bond theme that year. Actually, now that I've written it down, this is the perfect segue to what this is about. I came from a small town, B school, less than 40 in my graduating class, rural as hell. So if you were a teen with aspirations to be something more than an IGA cashier, landscaper, arcade employee, or drug dealer, you would have to move far away from this hellhole after graduation. This only happens two ways. Either your parents get a divorce and one moves to the city with a midlife crisis and they let you move in, or you hustle your ass off for any and every scholarship you can apply for in hopes to scrape together enough to go to a community college in the next county. To improve your chances of obtaining these $50 to $100 educational lifelines, it looked good to be part of extracurricular clubs and activities. I was a part of the cheer team, varsity volleyball team. I was class treasurer and member of 3 different clubs and programs, including the dance committee. The other class club I was involved in was a program called TAD, which is short for Teens Against Destructive Decisions. Me and my friends had all signed up for that one at the beginning of the year. It was a joke of a club, but looked great on applications. All you had to do was sign a paper swearing that you won't drink or do drugs and to be leaders to your peers. The teacher that hosted it let us hang out for an hour and talk or listen to music. Every once in a while, he would give a presentation showing these gruesome pictures of smokers' organs or drunks who got squished into the dashboard of their car after hitting a tree. A couple of times, the local police department would come in and let us play with their stuff. In retrospect, TAD was probably the most fun I had my senior year. It's an honest shame the sweet memory of that club will forever have one sour part, one that I'll never forget. Neither will my friends who were there, at least the few that I've stayed in contact with. They still vividly remember. While in TAD, we went on a field trip to the Gatesville Correctional Facility. We walked past all the gates to the front door main lobby. Our club is then directed into a larger room with big glass windows overlooking one of the prison units. Our view looked like a top-floor perspective, looking out like an apartment complex, but the floors below us were housing cells for violent criminals. After getting a good look out, a few guards issue us to sit in some plastic green chairs located on the other side of the room. Across from those 2 rows of 6 green chairs are a set of 5 white chairs, about 10 feet back, facing toward the group of chairs. We fill up the rows, and just as the last person is sitting, we see the big metal doors in front of us slowly start to open. Out walks 5 convicts, about 8 corrections officers following behind them. The officers line the walls, while the 5 convicts sit in the white chairs facing us. It was set up like a mini Scared Straight thing, but none of us were bad kids. The club consisted of mostly athletes and cheerleaders. I don't think our teacher knew what he had signed us up for. His face slowly started to show signs of distress as this took place. After the inmates are seated, there's an uncomfortable silence as the 2 groups sat staring at each other, until it was broken by a female guard shouting at one of the inmates to start. Then, one by one, they told us their stories, how they got there. Throughout the stories, I noticed the inmate on the seat nearest me hasn't stopped looking in my direction. I tried not looking in his direction, pretending that I was highly focused on the other presenters' stories. But every time I shot a quick glance out of the corner of my eye, his eyes were still locked on me. It put rocks in my stomach. He was the last inmate to speak, so after about 40 minutes, his head finally turns 80 degrees left to address the center of the room. His name is Colton. Midway through Colton telling his story, his head once again turns in my direction. He points to me and asks, "Do you have family in Dallas?" I say, "No." Colton then exclaims to us, "She looks identical to this bitch I murdered in Dallas. I thought that she was a ghost when I walked in." The inmates laugh. The other laughs are few and far between amongst the guards lining the walls. Colton goes on, retelling the story of his first kill. He was a serial killer, one that preyed upon the working girls of Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area in the late 80s. The woman I resembled was named Mercedes. Colton would pick her up in his car by rolling down his window, holding a few 20s. He would then proceed to assault and decapitate Mercedes, disposing of her body somewhere on the I-30. He kept the skulls in his freezer. As Colton described what he'd done, he kept looking over at me, smiling, staring at him. It was almost surreal knowing that crooked smile was the last thing a few women saw in their last moments. Eventually, we got to a point where it was time for us to ask the inmates questions. Now, maybe it was Colton's comments and story, our teacher's uncomfortableness the entire time, or what, but we didn't have any questions. I remember the bus ride home. Some kids made jokes, but most of them were just staring at me, like they were looking at a ghost or something. Our teacher picked up on the mood. Being the good dude that he was, he decided to tell us some lighthearted stories from his days as a security guard. Aside from my friends, everyone seemed to move on. I pretty much thought about that experience for the rest of the year, and even now, it still puts rocks in my stomach. Do you ever wonder how many times you've had a near-death experience without even knowing you had one? I'm sure my guardian angel earned their wings tenfold after watching me in my life. Just the other day, I'm pulling up to a 4-way intersection as a work truck takes a left. As it completes the turn, the truck meets a pothole and a large tree stump is thrown from the rear. It tumbles, and it sends it feet in front of my car, then rolls past up onto a sidewalk empty of pedestrians. The work truck didn't stop or even notice. The insurance claims he'd have on his hands if I'd driven up any sooner. Retelling this, I wonder whose guardian angel was keeping who out of trouble. Other times, I haven't been so lucky. I was incarcerated for possession back in '98, spent a couple of years locked up at Indiana Women's Prison in Indianapolis. During this stint, I did my best to keep my head out of trouble. The majority of my day, I'd stay in the small library all day, reading books and perusing the shelves. That's where I'd find an old journal, tucked in with other miscellaneous titles. I took it back to my cell and began to read it, discovering it was the journal of a previous inmate who documented their time at Indiana. Every page filled with tiny, barely legible words and dates, stories of events that held significance to the journal's owner. I found out her name was Donna Lynn. She was serving a life sentence there in the 1950s. A life sentence earned by killing her husband. One summer morning, she tossed a homemade explosive into her husband's lap from the passenger side window as he's backing out of the driveway for work. An explosive that she'd learned from a friend's husband, one who'd served in World War II. Donna Lynn didn't attempt to hide her guilt, nor did her writings express any remorse for her actions. If anything, it was full of rationalizations. Apparently, Donna had a scholarship to go to college, but had gotten pregnant. She had a miscarriage due to the abuse sustained by her husband. 1 month later, boom, no more husband. Donna claims she was actually trying to kill them both with the explosion, but he'd accelerated too fast and the charge delayed. This also wouldn't be the only mention of a baby in her journal. She'd end up pregnant again, this time through an affair with one of the guards during her incarceration. She was able to give birth, but it was ultimately taken from her, put into foster care. It was weird reading through this woman's journal. The character in the story I was reading had been real. Her daily routines, friends, enemies, emotional ups and downs, all carefully documented in this book. As I read, I couldn't help but wonder where her guardian angel was when she needed them. In one of the passages, she describes a fight that she was involved in. Donna was collecting a debt from another inmate when she was jumped and attacked by 3 other inmates. The beating had sent her to the infirmary for a couple of weeks. She had broken ribs, a collapsed lung. Donna would receive over 30 stitches to patch up some stab wounds, one landing inches from her heart. During her stay in the medical ward, I noticed the tone of her writings began to change. Her entries became more infrequent, her handwriting more scribbled and manic. She expressed paranoia towards names she'd previously mentioned as friends, and a strong distrust for the doctors and nurses at the prison. At this part of her journal, Donna starts to write about how she thinks the infirmary's haunted. One night, as she's lying in her cot, she's looking up at the ceiling's cracked and stained tiles when one of the squares slowly raises and moves left. A bit confused and more than a little scared, Donna turns over, tries to wake up another prisoner who's laying on the cot beside her. All Donna can do is point to the black square hole above them. That's when they both witness a thin, dark figure begin crawling out of the hole in the ceiling. This causes both of the women to scream, and a night nurse quickly rushes in to see what the noise is about. When she runs in the glass doors and flips on the lights, the creature disappears. Donna and the other woman tell the nurse what they saw, but their stories are understandably not believed. Instead, they were given more sedatives to help them sleep and ease the pain. It worked. The next day, however, still in a fog from sleep, Donna starts to question things, if what she saw the previous night was a dream. Turning over onto her back, she looks up to see the ceiling tile still missing. With the lights on, she can see further into the hole, to what she believes are heating and water pipes. Nothing resembling what she and the other woman saw. Donna rolls back over on her side, sees that the woman next to her must have been checked out earlier in the morning. Apparently, they were in different cell blocks, so Donna wouldn't have another opportunity to talk to someone about what she'd seen. Near the end of her journal is where I read the most unnerving story out of all of her entries. At Indiana, there was a lot of wildlife that would frequent the property. Although most of the wildlife you'd see are rats, you'd also see the occasional deer gazing in the fields just beyond the tree line, or a raccoon family climbing the fences at night. In Donna's journal, she writes, "Don't trust the cat with white spots. It's only pretending to be a cat." Donna says that she's seen it change shapes as it makes its way through the field at night, once turning into a human before running on 2 legs back into the forest. She thought it was feeding off of the misery that radiates from the prison. When I read that, it gave me chills, because I too would see a black and white cat roaming the grounds from time to time. After all the years from her entries to my incarceration, I tried to believe that it wasn't the same cat as she described. But it was a strange cat. Even before reading Donna's journal, I was put off by this feline. It was the only animal that would get close enough for us to touch it, although it never let us. Some of the girls would try to distract it while another one would sneak up behind it, but every time, without even turning around, the cat would sense someone approaching and jump away. It could also climb through the razor wire effortlessly, navigating through a path that any other animal would get diced to bits if they attempted. I remember there was a big fight in the yard. Tear gas canisters were descended into the grass, and the whole rec area was covered in a layer of fog. We all had to lay on our stomachs as the guards got control of the situation. During all the chaos, a couple of us on the ground watched the black and white cat stroll right through the war zone, seemingly unaffected by the tear gas or mayhem around it. I never could find any of Donna's other journals in the library. I assumed this one had been picked up with the other books amongst her belongings after she passed. Its nondescript blue hardcover could have easily been mistaken as another book. Only upon opening it does it reveal years of handwritten thoughts and emotions worthy of attention. The one I read ended in such an open-ended way. I don't know what I was expecting. I was released in 2001. Has anyone had any more recent visits to Indiana's women's prison? You'll have to let me know if you saw the black cat with white spots hanging around the rec yard. Also, if you ever happen to find yourself with an extended stay there, take a look around the library for a pastel blue hardcover book. There's a good chance they haven't updated their selection since I was there. In August of 2016, after high school graduation, a few friends and I started doing a paranormal investigation to pass time. We conducted the investigation every summer, occasional winters, but the summer of 2017 was bizarre. There's one area we love to go to, an abandoned prison camp area near the forests of Massachusetts. During this expedition, we got there just past midnight and immediately got bad vibes. It is one of the most haunted locations in the country. We ventured down a small dirt road to a graffiti-ridden cement building, which consisted of roughly 6 solitary confinement cells. The building was roughly 15 feet by 9 feet, so it was rather small. While 2 of our team members went to one side, my friend and we were crammed in one cell. We asked questions to see if any ghosties would reply to our audio recording device. We had a lengthy session. We heard footsteps in a nearby tree line. There was no one there. They got closer, closer, and closer, until I thought they were right next to me. They were so loud. Apparently, our other team members heard footsteps too, but instead, over by our car. We decided to hightail it out of there. After reviewing the audio, there was one moment that we caught a disembodied voice. My friend asked, "Is there anyone who belonged to this cell?" And a muffled, whispered replied, but we couldn't make out what it said. We put logic above the paranormal, approach every scenario as skeptics, but I firmly believe that we caught something paranormal. I used to work at a prison in Rayford, Florida. We were told that we weren't allowed to talk about any of the paranormal happenings in our prison, but I still think about them, and I'd like to get them off my chest. I've tried talking to my dad, who worked there as well. He always says it's rubbish, that he never experienced a thing. This is a story about the ghost of E-Dorm. I was assigned as a CO for the Echo Dorm. Echo Dorm always had a creepy vibe to it. During the day, it was lively with loads of different characters. I won't go into specifics, mainly due to length. I worked there every night for about 3 months. I worked the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, and one night it was a normal night. Lockdown occurred at 11, as usual, due to an NBA game that was on. Around 3 a.m., after I let out the morning KP, I had just sat back down in my officer station. I looked up and I saw an inmate out. I immediately jumped up and exited my station, went to see why this guy was out. As I exited, I looked right and I saw him climb the stairs and dissipate. I knew if I called it in, my sergeant would think that I was crazy, so I brushed it off. The next night I was talking to one of the inmates, and he mentioned that some of the other inmates talk about how the building is haunted. I have a few more stories, so more to come. My uncle, who passed away in 2016, had some pretty intense stories from his time working at the Huntsville unit, which is basically home to the largest execution chamber in the state of Texas. I was always a bit more interested in the things that couldn't exactly be explained. Sure, some of the stories involving actual inmates was entertaining and scary, but there was something so creepy about the other stories. Those are the ones I feel compelled to share. The first one was regarding the smell. Not only the chamber itself, but the surrounding cells, because that's right, there were cells that shared a wall with the chamber itself. My uncle said that every so often you could smell something burning. It was, as he described, an unkind smell. My uncle was a war vet, so he said that the smell was definitely burning flesh, burning hair. The smell that was never accompanied by something actually burning, just the smell. It's not like it was uncommon for things to be burned. It was a prison after all. Welders would have to go and repair the cells and different parts of the prison all the time. But that smell, it was different. That smell and most smells that are common would permeate the whole area. They wouldn't stick to just the chamber and surrounding cells. The electric chair in the chamber had been removed years before my uncle had even started working there. Lethal injection was the new way. But many that worked there, and the inmates, they believed they were experiencing smells from the past, and something pretty horrifying. My uncle told me he'd spoken with several inmates in the area, ones who'd become nauseous from the smells, sometimes the smells waking them from sleep, only to make them vomit. Not all of these inmates were on death row or scheduled for execution. In fact, a lot of these cells were occupied by individuals who would most definitely see the light of day. My uncle said that he could see the men go through some changes while in there. He would see them get scared. He told me several inmates in the surrounding cells told him about their dreams. What was most curious and creepy about this were the similarities in the dreams. They usually always involved a group of guards barging into a cell, disturbing inmates awake, dragging them to their execution. These men would feel everything, as they put it. The snatching, their heart rate increase, even the insertion of the needles, the injection itself. Some men would see their own life essentially flash before their eyes, while others described feeling trapped in another man's body. They all woke up before experiencing total death, and always in a pool of sweat. These men were completely manic, followed by severe insomnia. My uncle said he'd lost track of just how many men repeated these stories. But he claims he wasn't the only one who heard these stories. It was known amongst all staff like many things were. It just depended on if you took the men seriously or not. My uncle did. This last one, it's my favorite. I like it because it's not terrifying, but yet totally is. My uncle was friends with a man who prepared a good amount of inmates' last meals. He was known for being a good man, never getting too involved in the men's guilt or crime. Instead, just providing them with a dignified last meal. I guess a lot of men in that line of work really took pride in their job, this man being no exception. However, I guess there was one inmate that my uncle's friend had grown fond of, a man on death row, scheduled for execution in 2002. He believed the inmate to be innocent. He felt compelled to do something special since he knew he couldn't provide the man with a steak. So instead, he made the man a monster cheeseburger and fries. He threw in a chocolate milkshake and a hamburger steak on the side with mashed potatoes and gravy, for good measure. The evening of that execution, the man had been in the kitchen, cooking up separate meals for much different occasions. He suddenly felt he wasn't alone. Typically, in a prison, that's not a good sign, but he told my uncle he felt pretty good, like a friend was in the room. He was positive it was the man who'd been executed. The next day, he'd been told by staff that the inmate had left a message of thanks to be passed on to him and compliments to the chef. This man would occasionally make those meals for inmates until the program was expired in 2011. Nowadays, inmates get what's on the menu for that day. Some people hate that. Others find it just. I don't know how to feel personally, but I like the story for what it is. Those are the most memorable stories I've got hanging around in my head, but I'll rack my brain for more. Thanks for listening. Summer of 2022. I'm a cadet, and we had to stay in this old army base. Can't give the location, obviously. And this happened about a week in. One night, I had to pee really bad. Basically, my dorm was at the very bottom of this long hall. As I entered the toilet, I began to feel very uncomfortable, like someone was watching me. I went into the nearest stall and I did my business. I went over to the sink to wash my hands. I heard the door slam at the other end of the toilets, but I brushed it off as one of my fellow cadets. But then, the door stall that I was just in slammed shut, and my heart was in my throat. There was no way that it could have been a gust of wind because it was relatively warm. I've never shared this story until now. Nothing can explain that night. I've been reading a lot of strange stories, so I thought this would be a good place for mine. It happened over 30 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Every summer, I spent June and July serving hard labor on Grandpa's farm, and if I never have to see another live pig, I'll die happy. I hated it there, but my opinion didn't count for much. In fact, it didn't count for luck at all. But the point is, I was there. Grandpa needed help, and I was the only one too young to say no. It's true what they say about farming. You really do gotta wake up at 5 a.m. every goddamn day. My chore list got a little bit longer with each trip, so the summer before senior year was especially brutal. But knowing it was my last infused me with just enough strength to persevere. Admittedly, persevere is a strong word, a strong, inaccurate word, but I survived, and I never served time in a psych ward. That, my friends, is called winning. Collectively, I spent a grand total of 20 months on that farm, and at least triple that just thinking about it. In all that time, I never experienced anything unusual until the final summer. Luckily, this actually has nothing to do with farming, only my grandpa's house, but more specifically, his basement. It was the morning of June 11th, and I was coming downstairs to breakfast when the old man's shrill curses reached my ears. I almost turned around, but that would only make things worse. Grandpa was one of those hard asses who wanted you to look at him cross so that he could beat you senseless. That's how he got his jollies. But this time, he was really mad. I could practically hear his face turning red as spit flew, and I knew that that one vein would be predominant on his forehead. When I entered the kitchen, the basement door stood open, and Grandpa was at max volume downstairs. But I could also hear another sound, the sound of running water. I rushed halfway down the stairs before coming to a sudden stop. The room was flooding from a busted pipe, and the water was already 3 to 4 inches above Grandpa's ankles. I called out, but he didn't even look at me before finding the main shutoff valve. With the floodgates finally closed, Grandpa took notice of me, but he still had that look. So I quickly averted my gaze lest he interpret it as a challenge. Thankfully, he had bigger concerns at the moment, and I returned to being invisible. Once he was safely back up the stairs, I rolled up my pants and dove in. A ton of stuff was getting ruined. Random junk was floating by the steps, and dozens of boxes were half submerged. If I didn't fish them out, I would be the only one to blame later. I began placing boxes onto higher shelves as I circled the room, but in the corner, opposite the stairs, I froze at the sound of a large splash behind me. Grandpa didn't have any pets, and there's no way he returned to help. My head snapped to the sound's direction, but nothing was there. Just the same, almost calm, water surface. After several minutes of total silence, I tried to resume my duties, and I think that's what something was waiting for. The moment I bent over, something brushed past my leg. I imagine it's exactly what it would feel like if I were standing in a pool and someone swam by, except the water obviously wasn't deep enough for that to actually happen. I screamed like a girl, but Grandpa didn't return. I thought he simply hadn't heard me, but I made a break for the stairs and he was finishing his breakfast in the kitchen. He didn't seem the least bit fazed by my outburst. He didn't even acknowledge me. All he did was mutter about expensive repairs and today's pansy youth. I was too shaken up to put much thought into his exact words, but I wish I had. After a hot meal and a moment to calm down, I felt fairly foolish for panicking. With a renewed sense of false courage, I returned to the flooded basement and resumed my place in the far corner. Everything was fine. I felt ridiculous for having worried, but only for a few seconds. As I bent down to pick up the last box, a cold, bone-thin hand clamped around my ankle in a steel-tight grip. My mouth opened wide, but no scream emerged, only a soft, dry croak. I wanted to pull my leg free to run, but I was paralyzed, and the grip on my ankle grew tighter. I expected my bone to snap at any moment. Desperate, I dared to look down into the murky water. And though I can never be sure if what I saw was real or merely my own warped reflection, there was a ghastly, white, pallid face staring back at me. The eye sockets were black and hollow. The cheeks were drawn, and its mouth was frozen in a silent scream. Maybe I went into shock, or maybe I had a panic attack. Either way, I couldn't breathe. It felt like my lungs were filling with water, and I couldn't get air. I couldn't choke. I couldn't fight back. I was completely helpless, and I have no clue how long I stayed that way. I only know that eventually, Grandpa was there, holding my head above water, shaking me like a crying newborn. I wasn't standing anymore. I was lying in the water, and the old man looked every bit as terrified as I felt. We didn't speak about what happened. He helped me upstairs. We called some plumbers, and they had the basement empty by that evening. Now, if nothing else had happened, I would think that I had a fit of temporary insanity or something and move on, but not with how things turned out. Grandpa's pipes were so old that they all needed to be replaced. To do that, a lot of the walls had to be ripped open, including one of the basements. There was a body in that bitch. The police were never able to identify the remains, but it was a male, and the top half of the skull was missing. I've just never really been able to process the whole thing. Sometimes I wonder if Grandpa killed that man. He fought the plumbers every step of the way. The police talked to him for a really long time, too. They didn't leave him alone until he got a lawyer. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, does it? The old man died about 15 years ago, and on his deathbed, I asked him if he did it. But his mind was too far gone to answer. I guess it's one of those things I'll never know. But it feels much better to share my story with people who will believe it. Thanks for that. The horror of Gladstone Villa is that there was more than one ghost there, and it was meant for one family. This was a genuine experience that even convinced a skeptic and a non-believer, so it's worth a look, and it needs to be documented and shared with others. You may research this. What the family experienced defied rational explanation, such as very mild poltergeist activity, like lights going off and on, electrical cables being pulled by unseen forces. And there was the occasional sighting, but this was very rare. All of this occurred in the former mining town of Bargoed, in the Caerphilly County borough of the South Wales Valleys. All from 1969 to June 1978. Bill Higgs and his wife Rita moved into Gladstone Villa with their only daughter Caroline sometime back in 1960. Everything was fine, no incidents at all. Caroline left school in 1965 and got a job in the bakehouse in Baldwin Street. Days regular. It was at the bakehouse that she met Douglas Dexter. He was from the neighboring village of Arbor Bargoed. He was nights regular, but he often stayed behind to make a cup of tea for Caroline. They started dating and were together for 3 years before they got married, April 1968. They didn't get their own place. They lived at Gladstone Villa with Bill and Rita. Douglas and Carolyn's son was born August 1969, and it was soon after this that things started to happen. Caroline said it all started off in the attic. The family were all downstairs when they heard what sounded like someone jumping on the landing from the ceiling. They looked to see what was going on, naturally thinking it was a break-in. But when they reached the top of the landing, nobody was there, but the hatch to the attic, it was open. From that day on, the odd activity continued on a daily basis, and whatever it was eventually occupied itself in the master bedroom, which incidentally belonged to Bill and Rita. Noises like loud bangs and dragging sounds could be heard. Footsteps were heard in the bedroom every evening, sometimes during the day when the family would be downstairs watching TV. Bill would turn the volume down to hear it more clearly. Caroline said that on one occasion, she went up to her son Andrew's cot to find the pillow torn in half. Bill would record the noises with his tape recorder, and once he played it back, he heard the sound of an ambulance pulling up outside, but there was no ambulance. A warning. Soon after this, Andrew was in the Cardiff Hotel, in an oxygen tent. He, of course, recovered from this. A priest was called to Gladstone Villa. He blessed the property, and after a few short prayers, he duly left. But before he left, he parted with these words: "Watch the baby." As Andrew got older, he too witnessed the poltergeist activity for himself. He saw the cables being pulled by unseen forces. It all got so bad that the family slept downstairs with the lights on. Only Bill was supposedly brave enough to sleep in that particular room. One time he had a rather frightening experience in there. He was lying on the bed, and then he couldn't move, not even shout out for his family to help him. This could have very well been sleep paralysis, but he said later that he felt something in the room with him. A medium was called to Gladstone Villa. He asked the family questions, and then he began to challenge the spirit by knocking on the ceiling, and it immediately knocked back at him. At some point, he went into a trance to try to make contact, but he failed to get a name. He later said that there was a presence there, and that it was an earthbound spirit. It had unfinished business, something that it didn't do in life. There were a few more sightings. One evening, the family was watching TV. Carolyn just so happened to look to her left. She saw the full-bodied figure of a monk standing behind the sofa near the doorway. She later described it in detail as a monk in typical brown habit, complete with a hood over the head. The family left Gladstone Villa in June 1978, and 2 local businessmen bought the property. It eventually became Red's Park Hotel. Andrew had his 40th birthday there for old time's sake, and it was the staff who told Andrew that they too had experienced things there. Andrew did a thorough research into the history of Gladstone Villa and the area. He found out from local librarians that Gladstone Villa dated back to the 1900s, and a monastery was close by. This explains the monk that Carolyn saw. This is a true story. My name is Joseph, and I have an encounter that's puzzled me and my best friend for years. When I was in my early teens, around 14 or 15, me and my buddy used to play in the woods behind what used to be my great-grandmother's old house. The woods had a little gully or gulch that we used to jump using our bikes, and a few kudzu vines that grew thick enough to swing on. Well, one June afternoon, right around 1:45, we were back there playing when we heard something running towards us. Too slow to be an animal, or at least one in the area that we lived in North Carolina, but way too fast to be human. We bolted out of the woods as fast as we could. The weird part is that nothing chased us farther than the edge of my old great-grandma's driveway. Being the stupid kids we were, we kept going back to see if we could catch whatever it was and see what it was. One night we decided to go around midnight to see if the reason we were not catching this thing was because it was daytime, despite our terrifying encounter during the day. We gave each other a 20-minute leeway in case the other wasn't in the agreed-upon spot at midnight. Sure enough, my buddy, who we'll call Q, was late, so I did what we agreed, which, looking back now, was an idiotic idea. I yelled out his name a few times. Well, shortly after the 5th time of calling out Q's name, I heard what sounded like his voice, but not quite him. It yelled out for help. When I looked where the sound sounded like it was coming from, I saw something that was 5 feet tall, while on all fours, standing at the end of the street, staring straight at me. I took off running, hid under a parked moving truck for what felt like forever. The last I saw of the creature, it ran off into the woods by my great-grandma's old house. The only reason I know I didn't imagine it is after I bolted into my house. Evidently after that, my buddy came outside, and the exact same thing happened to him. He told me the exact same description of the thing before I could even mention it to him. To this day, we're in our mid-20s now. We've never entered those woods again. Vowed to never set foot in them again until we know what it is and if we can kill it. This happened way back in 2013 when I was in junior college. It was our college organization's annual art camp. For a short description, we're all in the fine arts department, and our organization holds this art camp where there's seminars from our professors and mentors, and all in all, team building activities. It's usually set up in a recreational venue. So, as I said, I was in junior, and it was our year as the officers of the said organization. So, we're the ones who chose the venue, planned the games, itineraries, and such. To give a brief description of the place, it's a rural area around Laguna in the Philippines. It's a huge recreational area with a hanging bridge leading to a campfire, pool area, and obstacle courses. In the middle of the venue, there's a huge open space function hall where the seminars were held. Our cabins were hidden by trees located far behind the hall. The first cabin was for the mentors and professors, while the last 2 were occupied by higher year students. The middle 3 were occupied by the rest of the students. On the right side of the function hall, there's an outdoor lounge area with a life-size chessboard. If you walk straight further, there's the obstacle course area. Further from it, the pool and the foresty area where the campfire and hanging bridge are located. This particular story was experienced by my classmates. It was already night, around 8 p.m. Our scheduled seminar was already finished and everyone was done with their dinner. Some of the students were chilling in the patio area of the cabin, some walking around, and others, us, the officers, were busy planning tomorrow's activities. The guys, Gab, Wally, Kev, Alan, and Hero, were chatting and chilling inside their cabin. One of them decided to explore around. Hero suggested that they play at the chessboard area, so they decided to go, all of them, except for one. Gab approached Frank, a freshman, dozing at the top bunk. He asked if he wanted to come with them, but Frank was sleepy and he said no, turning his back to them. Before leaving, Gab asked Frank if it's all right to borrow his slippers because he had none, and Frank signaled okay. So the 5 guys were heading out of the cabin, fooling around, laughing. They look around and they saw students slowly heading to each of their cabins to rest. They were almost a few yards away from the chessboard when Gabe noticed that someone was walking parallel to them. The guy was heading to the large old coconut tree adjacent to the chessboard area. Gab was confused and stopped walking. Wally, Kev, Alan, and Hero noticed the walking guy as well. It was already dark, and with minimal lights around, it was hard for them to see far. Gab tried to rub his eyes and he recognized the walking guy. It was Frank. They all shouted, "Frank, come here!" Hero realized that Frank stopped walking and turned to them. No expression at all. Alan was confused as well, and he asked if it was really Frank. Gab realized something creepy and faced the guys. "How could it be Frank when I'm wearing his only slippers?" He mumbled nervously. They all looked at the guy that they were calling earlier and noticed it continued walking, and then suddenly disappeared behind the old tall coconut tree. The guys collectively gasped, ran, and shouted loudly back to their cabin. When they reached the door, Wally opened it, only to find out that Frank was sleeping deeply with his headphones on. They woke him up, slapped him softly, and asked him if he was okay or if he had walked outside. Frank rubbing his eyes open, saying no, confusedly. The 5 guys had gotten so scared that they were trying to outrun each other, heading to our cabin to tell us what happened. I was so scared, but not actually surprised, since it felt creepy around the area during nighttime. It just felt really strange and off. I had my experience the night before, but I wasn't sure it was paranormal. I was the only one awake at the time. It was 2 a.m., and I hear giggling around our cabin, like kids running around, chasing each other. I also noticed silhouettes walking past our screen door, though I personally tried to dismiss it, thinking of it as some of the students were just still awake, fooling around outside. But I wasn't able to sleep until 5 a.m. So, I believe that place had ghosts and elements in it, as per the recount of some of the students as well, not just mine. You can easily tell if something is creepy in a place just by the feels it gives off. My name's Alex. I'm 30 years old, and I've done a lot of stupid things for girls. But I'd never gone camping until last weekend when Sarah wanted to go. It seemed obvious that certain things would happen if I did, so I gave zero consideration to the fact that I hate being outside. At least it wasn't real camping. Sarah mainly wanted to hike the trails during the day, have s'mores in the evening, and sleep in the SUV. In this context, camping didn't seem so bad. She lives in a small town about 45 minutes away from mine, and the campgrounds are about 20 minutes further. So she's been going there her whole life. She didn't tell me the place was supposedly haunted until we were already on the way. But again, I didn't care. I don't believe in ghosts, and if she does, well, that could be its own kind of fun. I just don't think haunted is the right word for that place. When someone says haunted, I tend to think spirits of the dead, but this was, I don't know, but it was something else. The story wasn't even that scary. It's not like it was the site of some ancient battle or mass slaughter. It's not a serial killer's hunting grounds. It's just where a sick man took his family to die. I can't even remember his name. He was the town drunk back in the 70s, and everyone knew he beat his wife and kids, but no one was itching to do anything about it until he took them camping for a weekend, and they all ended up dead. Don't get me wrong, it's tragic and everything, but, I mean, that stuff happens, you know, and if ghosts were real, these definitely would have earned their haunting stripes, but they don't seem life-threatening. I mean, even if they were real, I still wouldn't be afraid of them. Not like I am now. It started off fine. We went on a hike, took pictures, stopped for lunch, and came back. There was just enough light left to get a fire started. I was about 15 to 20 yards into the woods when a pair of footsteps suddenly started walking towards me from the opposite direction. They only took a handful of steps, maybe 5 or 6, but the trees, they were too dense to see more than a few feet ahead. They were unmistakably human, and it was only the one pair. They were moving slow, too, almost like they were stalking something. I couldn't even be sure where they were coming from. The other campsites were too far away for someone to be wandering in between, and none of the hiking trails run through that area. I set my sticks on the ground, imagining what it would be like for some dark figure to suddenly emerge from the overgrown brush. My heart was racing, and the lump in my throat made the outcome seem most inevitable. I was frozen, waiting for it to happen. But then, the footsteps stopped dead in their tracks, and I called out a tentative, "Hello?" The resulting silence stretched into eternity as I waited for a response that never came. Eventually, I wondered if I even heard them in the first place. But I did. I'm sure I did. You don't mistake that sound. I hurried back to camp and did my best to explain what happened. But Sarah thought I was trying to scare her. It was full dark by then, and we needed flashlights to get the fire started. But I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Any good feelings I'd accumulated towards camping were quickly drowned out by the certainty of a crazed maniac watching us. We had s'mores, but I was jumpy the whole time, and Sarah was beginning to get annoyed until the footsteps, they suddenly returned, just a few feet outside of camp. She didn't think I was being so silly then. It was too dark to see beyond our small perimeter, but the flashlight didn't reveal anything either. I just feel like I need to better describe these footsteps. They were so heavy, almost unnatural. It was like a really big man stomping around, but every few steps, he paused for a couple of seconds, only to return several yards ahead of where he stopped. Like he had the biggest stride in the world, or I don't know. I guess that's why I'm here. I wouldn't be writing this if I was sure of all that happened. When the flashlight didn't reveal any creepers lurking in the bushes, Sarah got excited and said it must be ghosts. Suddenly, her belief in the supernatural wasn't so cute anymore. It's hard to focus on that sort of thing when it feels like you're being hunted. After 20 minutes, the steps paused and never started back. Either a ghost had indeed vanished, or a serial killer was crouched in the bushes just inside the tree line, waiting. It was stupid not to leave. If we were sleeping in a tent instead of a locked vehicle, I don't think anything could have made me stay. But Sarah had her heart set on it, and as promised, I do stupid shit for girls. By midnight, we were settled into the back of her SUV, and there had been no more disturbances. I'd almost forgotten about the footsteps entirely, but once she fell asleep, they were all I could think about. Then, I heard a muffled cry for help in the distance. I couldn't make out exactly what she said, but the general tone was desperate and terrified. Some things are easily conveyed without words. It made my blood run cold, and Sarah was still fast asleep. She didn't stir in the slightest. I debated getting the keys and taking off, but I was frozen in place by the sound of footsteps making their way towards the SUV. They were moving even slower than before, as if trying to be stealthy, but they were just so heavy. I kept telling myself they were going to stop, but this time they didn't. Soon, they were right next to the vehicle, and I kept my eyes on the window, just waiting to see if the shape of a head would appear, while gently shaking Sarah. I needed to wake her without making a sound, and I didn't want to do anything that might cause panic. There was no question of a ghost. This was real. It was happening. Someone had been watching us throughout the day, maybe even while we were hiking, and they were biding their time for this moment. I was positive, and I'd had far too much time to contemplate how moronic our deaths would be. Time slowed to a stop, and Sarah wasn't waking. The woman would have probably slept through her own murder. I feel like it's okay to make that joke since we made it out alive, but it's also not really a joke, so I don't know. That's beside the point. What little movements I had made came to a complete stop when the sound of metal on metal made my heart stop altogether. It sounded as if someone were walking along the SUV, dragging a knife down the side. Even that didn't wake Sarah. It took every ounce of self-control to hold in my scream, but I knew that doing so would only speed up the inevitable. Each second stretched into eternity as the sound made its way towards the passenger window, and I finally saw the shadow I desperately feared. It was even worse than imagined. It didn't even look human. Whatever it was, its head was taller than the window. I saw its wide, hunched shoulders, and the screeching sound of metal was interrupted when its hand transitioned to glass. And I saw it wasn't a knife. It was a long, stick-thin finger, ending in what I could only assume to be a razor-sharp claw. Bile rose into my throat as the stench of rotten eggs filled the air, and I noticed a long crack forming in the window. Its claw was actually cutting the glass. I realized that this thing would have no problem getting inside when it finished toying with us. Maybe it knew that I was awake. Maybe it was just enjoying the hunt like a cat. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I only know I didn't want to get slaughtered by the boogeyman. The creature turned the corner and paused at the back door, just standing there with one claw in the center of the hatch window. Then, slowly, its malformed, disproportionate body turned to face us, and its hand slowly dropped, claw tearing and screeching the whole way down. And I finally snapped. I leapt out of the sleeping bag, threw myself into the driver's seat, and thankfully, the keys were already in the ignition. The moment it cranked, something collided with the back, and Sarah finally woke up. I'm thankful I didn't see anything above the shoulders and that I never looked in the rear view. But the second I hit the brights and punched the gas, Sarah screamed in a way that made my blood run colder than it had the whole time we were out there. She doesn't want to talk about it, and I feel bad because we both probably need to, but at the same time, I'm terrified of finding out. I'm currently 45, but this happened in 1993, when I was 15. We just moved into a big house located on the edge of Waukewa Springs State Park. At the time, I'd heard of Bigfoot, but the stories didn't interest me. We couldn't put the trash out until right before the garbage trucks ran, or the black bears would tear it apart. The deer population was off the charts. Plus, we'd see wild turkeys, pigs, and bobcats. Our home was next to the lake, and the only other houses were at the front of the neighborhood. No one was living on either side of us yet. After school, I'd go into the woods just to explore. I noticed a good spot for growing marijuana, so I decided to try it out. I became very familiar with the square mile around our home, and I grew comfortable with staying out there until dusk. One day, while checking on my plant, I saw my 11-year-old brother exiting the patio door 50 yards behind me. He was trying to follow me into the woods, so I pretended not to see him. While walking, I occasionally heard him behind me and stopped just to make sure. As I got deeper into the forest, I noticed it was much calmer than normal. I didn't see any deer, squirrels, or birds. There wasn't even any wind blowing. But I could hear my brother getting closer. I thought it would be funny to scare him as he passed by, so I ducked behind a tree. While waiting, I realized what little sound there had been was now completely gone. It was like wearing earplugs, but I didn't yet understand what that meant. It was merely an observation. My brother was being loud, and when he sounded like he was about 20 feet away, I prepared to pounce. Except he never came. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and I was left just sitting behind the tree. 2 full minutes passed, and I was beginning to wonder what the hell happened. Did he realize what I was doing? Decided to scare me first? Finally, I looked around the corner, but I didn't see him anywhere. Only, that should have been impossible because I heard him following me the whole time, but I didn't hear him leave after hiding behind the tree. The only explanation would be if he'd literally disappeared. The woods suddenly seemed very creepy, and I started feeling anxious. My brain said, "Get home now," but I couldn't seem to get my bearings. I was lost. Eventually, I calmed down enough to find my way back to the trail, even though I never left it. The problem was my equilibrium or something. My brother was still nowhere to be found, and I was genuinely concerned. He'd been right behind me only a few minutes prior. I yelled his name while jogging home, and after a few minutes, I finally heard his voice. He was hiding under a pile of palmetto leaves behind the trail, just laying there. I didn't know why, but I told him to hurry because I still had that weird feeling. When he stood up, I tried to ask what he'd been doing, but he only asked me to run home with him. I didn't ask any more questions. We simply ran home. Once we made it to the backyard, he explained that he was following me when he suddenly smelled something horrible. Looking to the left, he saw a big, black, hairy person. I was already a little paranoid because of my marijuana plant, so my first thoughts were of the police. My brother then specified that the person's entire body was covered in hair. It scared him so badly that he simply stopped, fell to the ground, and rolled into the palmetto bushes until I found him. At the very moment he finished telling me his story, we heard 3 loud bangs and a weird scream. We both looked up, and there, about 50 yards behind us, was the thing that he had described. It was swinging from a large tree branch, and had I not known better, I would have thought that it looked like a human pretending to be a monkey. It just didn't make sense. It was completely out of place. The creature was large and burly, but it still resembled a person more than anything else. We both remained frozen, not knowing what to do until the creature finally dropped to the ground and fled into the woods. It was hollering the whole time. The moment that it was out of sight, we ran into the house, yelling for our parents. At first, they said it was just a bear, but later that night, they realized we were serious. The next day, Dad found a report from Florida discussing something called a skunk ape. Over the next 5 years, I continued seeing the creature, and twice we'd had a deer leg and a skull left in our backyard. Once, I had turkey feathers placed on my windowsill. I didn't know what it meant at the time. I only learned about that later in my research. Every 6 months, park rangers left a barrel and a donut in our yard, hoping to capture any black bears that were too comfortable in our neighborhood. Eventually, I felt comfortable enough to ask one of the rangers what they did with the captured bears. Apparently, they're moved into deeper parts of the forest or relocated altogether. But then he said that that's not what I should be worried about. That there were bigger and badder things in those woods, and to always be careful. My parents still live in that same house today, and I visit them occasionally. Dad is retired now, and he's actually grown to be a believer himself. Over the years, he's had quite a few experiences of his own. The house is about 15 minutes from downtown Orlando, but the area is still surprisingly untouched by humans. I think our house was built on the creature's territory, and it was pushed back further as more homes were built. It's not as dangerous or thrilling as some encounter stories, but it was real. I saw that thing with my own eyes on more than one occasion, and now I'm just trying to learn all I can about it. For example, is a skunk ape different from Bigfoot? I don't know, but I look forward to finding out. I went to a week-long snowboarding camp during winter break in middle school. Living near a mountain, I'd never really had an interest in the sport. But a few of my friends were going, and I didn't want to spend the whole vacation sitting at home by myself while they got to go make memories that would solidify them as better friends than me, of course. So, a week earlier, my dad takes me to a little winter sports shop to get my board, required gear. The camp had sent out a letter explaining everything I'd need to be prepared for the week. At camp, the cabins were separated by boys on the left and girls on the right side of the hill. Then, we were grouped off by skill levels. I was assigned to the green gecko's cabin, meaning for one whole week I'd have to wear a bright green t-shirt with a smiling, toothy gecko on it, while rarely getting to see my friends because they were in the intermediate cabins. Each troop had 5 girls and a counselor. The cabins were relatively big, and on the left and the right walls are 2 bunk beds each, then 1 normal bed toward the back wall for the counselor. I got the bottom bunk, but each bed had a little window, probably 24 inches by 12 inches, longer than it is wide. You could open the window to let in air, but there was a thick mesh screen to keep the animals out. Since getting there, I've kept my window open while sleeping. I enjoyed breathing in the crisp air while in my warm sleeping bag as I dozed off. But midweek,
I thought I was still dreaming when I was awoken by someone whistling to get my attention. Assuming one of my friends had snuck out, I rolled over and looked through the mesh. But peering through the other side of the fabric barrier, there was a girl, and she looked identical to me. She wore a smile as if she already had known how familiar we were. I couldn't help but smile back. She gestured for me to come outside. I whispered, no, too afraid of waking up my counselor. The girl crawled out of view. When she returned, she had a small black plastic bag, like one you'd get from the gas station. She opened the plastic bag, revealing a heap of candy. Again, I whispered, no. I didn't want to risk getting caught. I suggested that we meet up at breakfast the next morning. She made a high, squealy grunt before standing and running away, leaving the bag of candy next to the window. When she stood up, I noticed that she had no shoes on. Then I noticed her shirt was the same green and white as my cabin's colors. Then she was gone, into the darkness of the trees. I laid there for a moment, questioning if I'd just had a lucid waking dream. I laid back down, and maybe a half hour later, I heard camp security quietly open our cabin door. They shine the flashlight from bed to bed. I pretend I'm asleep, facing the wall as the light scans the bunks. The security guard then quietly steps out, beeps his walkie-talkie saying, "No, they're all accounted for," before walking away. The next morning, I wake up and I almost forgot about the night's happenings, chalking them up as a really strange dream. It's only when I go outside and I see the small black plastic bag that it all becomes vivid again, half covered in a dusting of snow. The black plastic reflected off the morning sun. I walked over and picked up the bag, remembering all of the candy that was previously shown to me. When I untied the bag and I opened it, what laid inside were 3 dead frogs, their innards cut out in a frozen pool that conjoined the 3 frogs like an atrocity of God. I dropped the bag, immediately telling my counselor what had happened and showing them the bag. At breakfast, I never did see the girl that looked like me. For the rest of the week, camp security heightened their patrols on their snowmobiles around the cabins.
We had a neighbor in Michigan who passed away in such a peculiar manner. The oddity of it all really shook our small community. It was the early 80s. Most kids had curfews after the streetlights turned on. In the area I lived in, we were told to get inside before the sun set. In grade school is where I learned about Bloody Mary. Me and my friends would try to scare each other by saying that we really saw her in the mirror. When we would have sleepovers, we would take turns going into the dark bathroom, staring into the mirror and saying Bloody Mary 3 times. Each of us would burst from the bathroom and swear on everything that our fictitious story of what we saw was the God's honest truth. Then a kid that goes to our school went missing. Sniffer dogs would find his head and torso in a field. Reports said that there were large bite marks on the body, but they couldn't distinguish if they occurred pre or post-death. As our parents tried to grasp meaning from the senseless tragedy, word spread around school that Bloody Mary got him. It was most likely a serial killer, as 2 more bodies of missing kids would be found around the Great Lake area within the same month. But none of them were quite as horrific or visceral as what happened to our classmate. The other bodies were intact. They'd been strangled and assaulted. The body of our classmate was completely ripped apart. The adults started coming up with their own theories, attempting to understand it all. At a town hall meeting, a farmer was mocked when he started talking about a giant black creature killing his livestock north of the field where they found the boy. But then, amidst the laughter and chatter, another voice speaks up from somewhere in the room, claiming they've also seen something dark as night running through the trees around his backyard. He described it as a wolf with eyes and teeth of a shark. As the crowd begins to steadily hush, more and more people come forward with accounts, all describing the same thing. After that meeting, a small group of willing men gathered weapons and flashlights, then went looking for whatever was in those woods. They combed all around the forest in ATVs all night and into the next day. One of the hunters claimed to have seen a dim, glowing ball of light following behind him while he was riding through the trees. It stayed behind him for a couple of miles, then went super fast past him, like a clap of lightning in the dark. None of the other men could confirm his story, though, because they'd all gone in separate directions trying to cover as much land as possible. A year would go by without an attack, then another and another. The town would eventually be able to reclaim its calm, pastoral feel and heal. Some still fully believe that it was an otherworldly being that visited the town, and some will claim that it was the work of a deranged serial killer that was caught years ago. I went camping for a 3-day, 2-night trip for the first time with my 2 older sisters, my second sister's boyfriend, and my nephew. Now, both of my sisters have experience camping in the woods, while my sister's boyfriend, my nephew, and I have no experience. The place we camp at had people around, and it was nice. The people there were friendly. The layout of the camp was some of the sites had just woods, the others an open field, and there was also a wooded recreational forest area. We were in the wooded forest area, and the bathroom was dead smack in the middle, so we had to walk uphill to go to the bathroom. Now, me being me, I'd always say, what if a skinwalker shows up? And I'd always talk about what if a skinwalker showed up. And this fact, my sisters didn't like. They'd always tell me to shut up. So, we get there, we set up our tents, and we're headed back out to get some grub. We got back, made s'mores, and turned in for the night. The following night, I was making dinner, and my sister and her boyfriend went to the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as I was finished making dinner, my sister's boyfriend came back to our campsite. He was wearing his headlamp, and it was bright as the sun, and he asked, "Do you know where your sister's at?" And my other sister and I said, "We thought she was with you." My sister's boyfriend said, "Oh, she must still be in the shower," and proceeded to walk back to the bathroom. At this point, my sister was back 5 minutes after her boyfriend walked back, and as soon as my sister was back at the campsite, my other sister told her, "Your boyfriend was looking for you." Now, my sister thought our oldest sister was messing with her, so she shrugged it off. Minutes after my sister got back, her boyfriend returned, and they both went into their tent to talk about what had happened. After our trip was over, we got home. My sister brought up what had happened while we were camping. This is what I got from my sister's point of view. So, her and her boyfriend left to take a shower. As soon as she was done, she was walking down the hill to go back to the campsite, and she saw someone with their headlamp on, but turned it off as soon as my sister walked down. The weird thing was she was waiting for something to pass her or a footstep to walk past, but nothing happened. She definitely didn't think this was her boyfriend, but my older sister, myself, my nephew, we all saw her boyfriend walking up the hill, and the creepy part of it is her boyfriend said that he was still in the shower. Now that I think about it, it sends a chill down my spine. If only I was aware, but it was too dark. Could it be a skinwalker? Or my sister's boyfriend, doppelganger? everybody with knowledge of cryptids. I'm hunting for information on a cryptid that I'm not sure has been marked down yet. There have been multiple sightings in my small town of Merrill, Michigan, something of which doesn't match a single cryptid I've read about, not yet, and I've read about a lot. I personally have not seen it, so I'm sorry for breaking that rule, but I have 3 witnesses that I would put my life on, and I really want to know what this thing is. The first witness is my uncle, and he's the main reason that I'm on this hunt. When he was young, he used to take night walks in the neighborhood woods, right before sunrise, as long as it was dark enough so the neighbors could see him. He would take a very dim flashlight with him on purpose, and if he thought someone saw him or was following him, he'd put his hand over it and hide in the woods' darkness. He claimed the main things that scared him were the raccoons and opossums. He never had problems with people on his walks, but he still knew the risk of trespassing. Though his story isn't very exciting, he got the best view of the creature out of all 3 witnesses, claiming that it only stood a few feet tall, and that it had legs bent backwards with large, fly-like eyes, and the rest of it looked like a kangaroo or monkey hybrid. There are many cryptids that are close in visuals, but none of them have this thick hair and big eyes like this one had. I showed him a drawing of other look-alike cryptids. He's dismissed every one of them. He claimed that he was walking out of the woods just as it was getting brighter. The sky was gray and the woods still dark from the trees, but the road was almost visible down the whole mile. On his way across the road back to the house, he saw that thing a little ways down the road. It's said to have crossed the road in 2 steps, despite being short, and disappearing into the woods my uncle had just exited. The second witness is deceased now. He was a natural conspiracist, so it came as no surprise when I heard this story years ago. Though his description was less valuable, I have the belief that this was the same cryptid. A couple of miles from the first incident, this man said that he had seen a small, ape-like figure, and that it jumped almost to the top of the trees. This is the least resourceful sighting, because I cannot ask the man to answer anything he left out or to give more info. This is all I have for this sighting. The third is my grandma's good friend, Sylvia, from a state away. Every 4th of July, they park a camper in my grandma's yard and stay for a week or 2 to visit all the friends and family they left behind when they moved out of state. Keep in mind, these folk have never seen or even heard the stories about this creature. And for this story, I was in the house when it happened. Sylvia's husband had a few beers with my grandparents. There's a big tree on the side of a barely used road, and he walked over to it to use the bathroom. As he was peeing on this tree, he noticed the same big black bug eyes that my uncle had seen. It was staring him down from the tree line across the road. And as soon as he focused on it, the cryptid backed up into the brush and was gone. Me and my uncle freaked out about this, as you would, because it had been 6 years or so since someone that we knew spotted the thing. As crazy as it sounds, me and my whole family believe and know this creature to be real. We've even narrowed down where it possibly calls home, based on how far the sightings go. Sorry for the long and many paragraph story, but if you have any idea what might be lurking around mid-Michigan, please leave a name of a cryptid or description, drawing. My family and me all want to know what so many of us have seen. Any ideas? So I've got a lot of vivid memories as a child. Most of them are places I went that I won't forget. Disney World is one of those places. Also, my parents took me and my little brother to the landmark Forest Adventure Park when I was about 7 or 8. That one's in Scotland, which is where my family split their time until I was about in the 3rd grade, and that's when we moved to Long Island permanently. Just before our last visit to Scotland, at least the last one which I was a child, I have another vivid memory. This one's not as tangible as a theme park, though. It's a bit fantastic. But I'd still seen it with my own eyes, and I still remember it. My father had been busy getting things in order for the big trip, so my mother took me and my little brother to the beach near our temporary home. The area was incredibly beautiful, and Mother even told us that we might see dolphins out there. To get to the beach, it was a small hike. You couldn't just drive your car down there. It may sound odd, but my mother allowed me to run ahead of her and my little brother for a bit. But I grew up next to the ocean, and we spent a great deal of time outside with both my mother and father. My younger brother stayed behind and walked with my mother as I ran ahead. I was picking up rocks, looking at every tree, and I was already eyeing the ground for any lost seashells. I was the first one to hit the shore. I knew I could run up to it and even go in for a bit if I wanted to, as long as I could still touch the bottom and my mother could see me go in. I opted to stay out of the water, and I was combing the shore for seashells. I saw this stack of rocks that was calling my name. I yelled to my mom that I wanted to check out the cluster of rocks further down the beach. She waved me on, and so I went. As I reached the rocks, I climbed over a few smaller ones to get a good viewpoint from the larger one. I was surprised when I reached the place to climb to the larger rock, and I saw a boy. He was probably my younger brother's age because he was just so small, but he didn't look like anyone I'd ever seen in my life. Being a friendly child, I asked the boy what he was doing over here. Had he found any seashells? The boy didn't speak. He smiled, and then suddenly he brandished a few seashells before handing them to me. Surprised, I held out my small carrier I'd brought to hold shells, a small tin lunchbox. As he placed them in the tin, I couldn't help but notice how pale his skin was. Truly, his skin was more blue, almost matching the color of the water itself. His hair looked to be made of something slimy and green. Possibly it was just seaweed stuck in his hair. I couldn't be sure. It was so strange. I still can't be sure. I thanked the boy, and he still said nothing. As I looked into his eyes, I couldn't help but notice that they were rather dark. Just black circles, really, as if he only had pupils. I started to feel a little bit uneasy about what I was seeing, but I knew it wasn't kind to react to the way people look, so I thanked the boy again, and just as I was going to hop down, he jumped into the water. He seemed to be down there for a long time, so long I almost left to grab help, but he surfaced. He climbed the rocks with some sort of ease that I didn't even know was possible. He handed me 3 more shells. He stared into my eyes, but he said nothing. I was uneasy again. I started to thank the boy again and again, but I couldn't stay. I couldn't watch him do that again. It didn't feel like I should stay. I hopped down from the rocks, and it wasn't until I was walking away that the boy said something. But the voice wasn't what I expected, and he wasn't speaking English. I stopped and turned around. I looked up, and there was what looked like the tail end of a seal, and then that disappeared into the water. I could hear a splash. Curious, I started to head back over to the rocks, but my mother called for me, telling me it was time to meet my father. As I was walking back, I told my mother about the blue boy by the rocks and the seal. She told me that she had watched me the whole time. She hadn't seen a boy or a seal. I insisted there was, even asking her to go look, but she dismissed this, saying we needed to meet my father. Sure, I had an active imagination as a kid, what kid doesn't, but I know the difference between the things I invented and the things that, honestly, my mind couldn't even begin to invent at that age. I don't know. I've always been a bit into mythology, but I don't think that even started until after this experience, when I'd casually searched for answers throughout my life. I've read about certain fae that exist close to water, especially in areas of Scotland and all throughout the UK. Selkies. I don't know a lot about them, but I know that others have claimed to see the creatures as well. People describe them in different ways. Many say that they have a sort of naughty nature, meaning they like the idea of luring humans to their death. Others say that they're simply creatures who can take on the form of a seal and a human, and that they typically only show themselves to children. I suppose it could have been just a strange-looking boy, but he was awfully good at swimming and climbing. And that hair, I can't forget how strange his hair was. To this day, my mother claims I was seeing things. But what's so silly about that is I had never just seen anything before. So, what do you think? Did I encounter a Selkie? Last year, I lived in a furnished apartment across town for almost 6 months while waiting for repairs to be completed in my actual apartment building. There wasn't very many people living in my building at the time, so only a few of these units were occupied by people from my same building. The rest were just residents who lived there full-time. The apartment itself was more like a studio, so a little smaller than I was used to, but it was really nice and really clean. I actually started to quite enjoy the space while I was there. It sat up against a greenbelt or a wetland of some kind. You could hear a constant stream of water. There was a small balcony where you could sit maybe 2 people comfortably, so I liked to sit out there during the hot summer nights. You could hear the nature over the sound of traffic in this spot, thanks to that stream. During the day, you would hear birds, small critters, you'd see deer. In the night, it was the sound of owls, coyotes, but also a symphony of sounds created by the various bugs and frogs that occupied the wetland. Part of me didn't want to leave this place, but this is early in, maybe 2 months. When the fall started to approach, things changed. I mean, technically for me, everything changed. I can't even think about the woods the same, let alone see them without wondering, is that thing in there? It was just after Labor Day, the first cool day that we'd had since June. It finally felt decent inside, but it felt even better outside with the breeze. I remember thinking that the moon looked exceptionally large that night. Beautiful, but larger than life, and acting as a giant nightlight for the evening. When I recall what happens next, it feels like my eyes were temporarily closed. I was listening to the sounds. They were soothing, until they went mute. Aside from the stream, everything went quiet at the same time. I opened my eyes and looked towards the green belt. I wondered why the sound had suddenly ceased, but I couldn't explain it. Then, just as I thought I'd give it no more thought, a loud wailing began. I'd never heard anything like this in real life, and as much as I wanted to blame it on a neighbor's loud television or their idea of a joke, I knew the sound came from outside. It came from the very green belt I was so fond of. A moment later, I heard the balcony door to my left open, and I saw a man lean over. He was from my original building, a guy named Sam, who was about 27, like myself. He asked if I'd heard that noise, and if I thought it sounded like a scream. I told him I'd never heard anything like that. If it was a scream, what was screaming like that? He was about to say something when the loud wailing sounded again, absolutely closer this time. It was the only sound I could hear, and I had a bad feeling about it. I didn't hear Sam go inside, but he was gone when I had the nerve to peek over the side and whisper his name. I was alone out there, and so I decided to stand up and slowly make my way inside. But when I did, I saw more of the green belt. I saw something larger than anything I'd ever seen, not just in this area, but in the woods in general. Sure, I don't go backpacking every weekend, but I'm familiar with the wildlife in my state. In this area, this thing stood as tall as some of the young trees, but its girth, it could have taken those trees from their roots. I couldn't tell if the thing had fur. I didn't know if it was a giant human or I don't know. But I eventually saw it see me. Before, I couldn't be sure where it was facing, but the presence of two glowing red eyes suddenly appeared where this thing's head should be. I felt legitimately frozen. I knew if I really tried, I could likely move or even look away, but it was like I couldn't try too hard, or wouldn't. The strange sensation of being terrified, yet not trying to move. I couldn't understand it, even as I was doing it. I remember thinking, where's the moon's brightness? Why won't it show me what I'm looking at? The longer I stared, the more everything sort of dispersed. Everything besides these two red eyes, or whatever they were. Then I didn't feel those things anymore. And even though I can still remember as much detail as I provided here, I still feel like I'm missing something. Like, I don't remember the eyes going away. I don't understand what happened, and I don't understand what I saw. I just know from then on I was eager to get back to my apartment. Well-lit streets, busy sounds of traffic. I suddenly missed the view of the theater from my apartment building. The neon sign used to sort of bother me, but after that moment, I longed for the light. So, I guess I'm just one of those people who's of the personal opinion that there are strange things in the woods, and it's probably not just here in the Pacific Northwest. My friends and I were hanging out at the park after dark, smoking some Mary J. Everything was going just fine and dandy until the topic of folk tales and such came up. We were talking about Bigfoot, Mothman, etc. I decided to bring up a couple of creatures from indigenous mythology. I don't even want to type the name at this point, because I learned that night saying their name can summon them. My friends and I refer to it now as a Winnebago to avoid any consequences. Talking about the creature at a park after sundown was a stupid-ass decision. I can't say for sure that it was what I thought it was, but it was terrifying either way. After we brought it up, the coyotes in the woods surrounding the park started going nuts. I mean, you could hear them running around, howling, just going crazy. It made me uneasy, for sure, but I wasn't really worried just yet. We changed the subject and kept trying to chill, despite the noise. However, the coyotes were soon drowned out by some kind of wail. We had no idea what it was, but it just wasn't human. We knew that much. It was the kind of noise that chilled you to the bone, and you just knew something was horribly wrong. It was about then that we realized we fucked up. We're not complete and total idiots. We know what to do if you ever encounter something like this. It doesn't mean I wasn't terrified. We knew we had to get out of there, but we couldn't just run for it. That would be a mistake. Basically, the advice we'd been given was, if you heard something, no, you didn't, and you don't act like you did. Don't run, walk. Don't talk about it. Just act calm and change the subject. So that's what we did our best to do as we tried to calmly walk to my car. By the way, we'd stopped smoking long before this point, so I was okay to drive. The wailing, it only got louder though. It's really hard to try to keep the conversation about TikTok or whatever the fuck we talked about on the walk over there. I don't even remember. The walk wasn't that short either. We started getting closer when I started hearing a drum beat. Just the random single hit of a hand drum. There wasn't anything around that I could see that could be making either of the noises. We managed to get in the car and out of the park. The wailing eventually faded out. When I thought we were safe, I brought up the drum beats and how much they freaked me out. As we were talking, we slowly started hearing the wails again. This is when we promptly agreed to shut the hell up, and none of us spoke a word for the rest of the night. Moral of the story: don't talk about Winnebagos, especially if you're at a park at night. And don't talk about flesh pedestrians either. I've heard they're just as terrifying. I live in an area pretty close to a park and a retirement facility, so my neighborhood is, for the most part, pretty uneventful. It's nice by all accounts. Next door to my building is a large field. Sometimes on the weekends or even in the evenings after work, I see random groups of people playing games of soccer or hosting some sort of team workout event if it's still light out. Outside of those kinds of things, the park is relatively empty. I like to walk there in the mornings, just basically a few laps around the perimeter of the field. At the far end is some woods, and it's just kind of calm. At night, I do sort of avoid it because it's pretty dark. No lighting system around the area besides the buildings. So, a few nights ago, I was out for a late-night walk. I was enjoying the freezing cold that is the winter right now, and the peacefulness of the practically empty but still well-lit streets. I was about to pass the field on my right, heading towards my go-to convenience store, when I noticed a figure in the distance, crouched down. At first, I thought that it was a stray dog, wandering aimlessly in the night, stopping to sniff something. I'd never seen one before, but it seemed possible given its stature. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to approach the dog. Cautiously, of course, but as I got closer to the thing, something felt off. The dog seemed to look less like a dog the closer I got, so I stopped moving. Then, it stood upright on its hind legs, its eyes fixated on me. Were they glowing or just really bright colors? I guess I don't know for sure. I just stood, frozen. I was unable to comprehend what I was witnessing. Even now, how do I describe what I saw without it sounding absurd? It's not possible, I don't think. This dog, or whatever this thing was, with a dog-shaped head, dog-shaped feet. To my horror, it began to walk backwards a few feet. Then it stopped abruptly, turned its body to the right, and continued walking backwards, into the field and out of view. I'd have to pass whatever the hell this thing was in order to get to my destination, or I could just go home. I recalled its movements. They were unnaturally smooth. I recalled it staring at me. A strange sensation had washed over me. It was as if I had been pulled into a trance. I couldn't move, couldn't escape the gaze of those eyes. It was only a few moments that felt like an eternity. I had already decided that I was going to turn around and go home. It was the obvious choice, and I was making my way when I heard a horrifying howl, more like a guttural, loud growl. It was distant, but not by much. Something told me that something was terribly wrong. Call it instincts, or maybe that's just what deep fear feels like. I picked up my pace and I was running. I don't run, not for exercise, but I booked it like never before. Panic had just kind of taken over. I didn't stop until the growl was completely gone and I was at my own door. I've played the whole series of events in my head 1,000,000 times. I've tried to draw this thing. I've tried to compare it to things that I've seen online, and truly, I just have no idea. I'm just insanely curious and a little terrified, wondering, what did I see that night? If anyone knows something or has any ideas, please, I welcome you to shed some light on this new mystery that seems to haunt me all the time now. When our twins were just under a year old, me and my husband Ed had the bright idea to strap them into their car seats and drive 13 hours in order to attend a family reunion in Virginia. We left later than expected that afternoon. Within a couple of hours, the kids and I are asleep, and Ed drives through the night down I-64. Next time my eyes open, it's after midnight. We're outside of a travel center. Ed's gently shaking me awake. He's already gotten the car seats out with the kids still buckled in. They're still sleeping peacefully on the sidewalk in front. Ed says the travel center has a 24-hour diner attached to it, asks if I want to come in. Seeing as the hard part of unloading 2 car seats has already been taken care of, we go in. We walk through the travel center doors over to the diner on the opposite side of the facility. It's narrow and probably a claustrophobic nightmare when there's a crowd, but thankfully it's just us and the kids. Sitting down in a booth near the doors we entered from, my back is facing the front of the diner, which has 2 big windows looking out to another dark parking lot. I'm focused on reading the big laminated menu at our table. I thought that's what Ed was doing too, but when I look up, he's staring past me, his attention fixed on something in the diner parking lot. I ask, what, and turn around, but all I see is an empty parking lot. Ed tells me that an 18-wheeler just came in, all fucked up, with something black splattered over the front. It rolled past the diner windows, probably trying to park on the side of the building. Curious to make sense of what he'd just seen, Ed's about to get up from the table when a man runs into the diner. His disheveled, panic appearance makes Ed sit back down. We watch this man run up to the counter of the bar, start hitting the assistant's bell. When the hostess comes out from the back, her smile quickly falls when she sees the look on the man's face. He tells her that he needs to use the phone, that he's just hit something big on the interstate. He says it was massive, bigger than any animal he's ever seen. The man's clearly in a state of shock. His body shakes uncontrollably as he continues talking. He was heading southbound when his headlights caught these 2 creatures. It looked like they were fighting on the side of the road. It all happened in seconds, he says. One of the creatures pushes the other backwards into the street, right in front of the truck. He was going over 50, couldn't slow down in time. When the creature hit, it exploded like a water balloon. His description, not ours. It explodes, covering the front and side of his truck with a thick black liquid. He continues. When it split apart, large chunks of the creature went up while others went under. Even in its gelatinized state, it still possessed enough weight to severely bend the front grille of the truck, shattered the windshield a bit, and destroyed one of the axles. The whole diner is quiet, listening to this man. The cook has come out from the kitchen to join the hostess, and Ed's gotten back up out of the booth and walked over, taking a seat at the bar to hear the story. The phone is handed over, but no numbers are dialed. The man just holds on to the phone with a 1,000-yard stare, continuing to ramble. His emotions become more manic as he continues to recall what he'd seen. He says they fought like gorillas, but their limbs, they were bony, thin. The skin looked like crocodile scales. When the man starts to press the buttons on the phone, I see my husband and the cook walk out to the front of the diner. They're going to look at the truck. I stay behind, and while I wait, I hear the man make his call. Instead of calling emergency services, his first call is to work. He leaves a message explaining what he'd just told us. After he hangs up, the second call that he makes is to his wife, where he again tells the story, but then starts crying, telling her that he feels sick. The call ends with him saying, okay, then clicking the receiver once more and dialing emergency services. When Ed and the cook walk back in, Ed's bewildered. His mouth hangs open as we make eye contact on his way back to the table. He doesn't sit down, picking up the kids in the car seats. He tells me that we should leave. We hadn't ordered yet, and the hostess already had her hands full with the crying truck driver at the bar, so I grabbed our coats. We went out the back of the diner, back to our car. Exiting the travel center doors, Ed's walk turns into a jog as he gets to the car, and he quickly buckles up the kids. Right when the car doors shut, he's already in drive. If I hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, the inertia would have sent me into his lap when we pulled out of that parking lot. Back on the road, Ed tells me that when he and the cook went out to look at the truck, he didn't know how it could have driven to the diner with that amount of damage. Impossible, were his words. And he said whatever was on the truck smelled horrible, like sulfur and vomit. The smell gave Ed a headache. It was throbbing and persistent hours after we left. Adding to this whole thing, later that night, Ed points out 3 military helicopters in the distance, zooming opposite to us. Nothing on the news the next morning. When we check into our hotel, I'm still a little weirded out by the night, and Ed's still feeling ill. I find the diner's number in the phone book. I try to call to see if I can get any updates. Curious about what had happened to the trucker after we left. But the phone went straight to an automated answering machine. After a few times of trying that, I decided to call the travel center's number, but their lines were down too. Ed stays in bed all that day. I end up having to go alone to the reunion with the kids. Ed's family is wonderful, but it's always a little uncomfortable attending a family reunion that's not your family's. However, it does give you an excuse to leave early, and thank God I did. When me and the kids got back to our hotel room, I find Ed on the bathroom floor. He's soiled himself. The paramedics that treat him suspect he had a seizure, take tests on him in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. There, after extensive amounts of blood work and several tests, the doctors tell us they think he's got radiation poisoning. They prescribe some potassium iodide capsules. It takes over a month for Ed to start feeling better. To this day, we've never heard of anything close to what that man described, or what Ed saw smeared all over his truck. Such an open-ended memory stuck in the back of my head for all these years. Just no idea what it all means. I was 8 or 9 when this happened. Every night around 2 a.m., I used to hear a hammering sound coming from the first floor of our 3-story house. The hammering sound always came from the first floor. I always thought my uncle may be responsible because he often complained that he couldn't sleep. I thought that he might have found a new hobby or something, but no one else ever mentioned the noise. Anyways, my bedroom was on the 3rd floor. It had a balcony with a wooden door. One night, my father was out of town and the rest of my family was asleep. So I decided to stay up all night and watch TV, but I fell asleep. I woke up to a loud banging sound coming from the balcony door. I immediately got up and asked in a brave voice, "Who's out there?" But the banging only got louder. I screamed. My mom rushed up to ask what was happening. I was crying, so she hugged me and asked again. As I was trying to tell her, the banging started again, and it was so brutal that I thought the door might break. Mom called Dad and his cop friend. When the officer came, he checked the balcony, but nothing was there. He even asked us to check in with him so that we wouldn't be afraid of our own house. Nothing like that ever happened again, and the hammering sound stopped as well. I never asked my family about that hammering because I'm still worried I might be the only one who heard it. Recently, I've been reminiscing on my paranormal experiences, and I thought I'd share one. I'm pretty sure the last house I lived in was haunted, and here's why. Up until last year, I was living in a shared house with my longtime friend. We've known each other since high school, and because of a few fortunate events, we ended up living together in a couple of places. The house we lived in at the time was getting too small for us, and that's how we found our new place that I solemnly believe to this day was haunted. At the beginning of summer 2020, we both agreed it was time to search for a new place, somewhere that was more convenient and spacious, and when the time was right, I found a Facebook ad for a beautiful grade 2 building listed right in the middle of our town center. The place was super spacious, had more room than we could have asked for, tall ceilings and old sash windows with a beautiful view of the town center. I love anything old and antique, so I instantly fell in love with it. When we first went to view it, it was full of light, warmth. It felt inviting. So we made our decision pretty fast, and after a couple of days of back and forth with the landlords, we completed necessary paperwork and started packing, and a month later, we were moving. On the day that we moved, we noticed one big difference. The place was very dark and cold, and nothing like it felt like the first time we saw it. We were still in the middle of summer, but inside was around 6 degrees Celsius, which was baffling. I've visited many old buildings in my time, but I've never felt cold radiating off the walls like that. There was also a very thick wall between mine and my friend's bedroom, which, no matter how hard we knocked on it, we couldn't hear each other. It was the end of June, and we both had 2 electric heaters going for most of the day, but to no avail. The heat just wouldn't stay. Our first night was cold and pretty much sleepless, because every time I felt myself drifting off, a noise would wake me up and I couldn't settle. It wasn't anything in particular, more like ordinary house creaking noises we're all very used to, but the frequency of them was off. It was as if the house wouldn't let me fall asleep. I didn't question it as much as I should have, maybe, because I was naturally anxious for my first night in a new place, so I didn't expect much sleep anyway. But there's an old saying in my family that the first dream you have in your new house is very important, as it will tell you if the place is good for you and if you'll have good fortune living there. Once I finally managed to get some sleep and basically fell into what I call a mini coma, I remember being chased through the house by a tall, dark shadow figure, and that definitely wasn't a good sign. Throughout our first week, we finally managed to get used to the noises and had a full night of sleep. I don't remember having any dreams after that. It all felt kind of blank, as if I didn't dream at all. But sooner rather than later, new things began happening, and there were always issues with the construction of the building. Strange, pungent-smelling leaks. They would appear out of nowhere, even when we were going through a heat wave, which, in the part of the UK that we live in, would get very dry. We'd get frequent power cuts, with no other buildings being affected. Just us. It was common knowledge among our family and friends that there was always something going on with our building, and it felt like the house just didn't want to be lived in. Contractors would come out to fix the constantly leaking roof, but a couple of days later, it would come back, stronger, without a single drop of rain outside. The landlords were tired and baffled by constant small disasters we would call them about. And as I'm writing this, they sold the building about 3 months ago. I'm guessing things haven't changed much and they simply had enough. I remember one particular night when it felt like things reached a completely new level. And it wasn't just about small, confusing repairs. It was about to get very paranormal and very personal. I had just come back home from work and was unpacking some groceries I bought on my way back. The kitchen was never my favorite place in the building. It always felt uneasy there, alone, especially when I had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Our toilet and our shower room were separate and had small vestibules and some utilities and storage. The fridge stood right next to one, which led to the shower, so I could always see into it with the corner of my eye. I nearly finished putting things away in the fridge when I caught a glimpse of something, and I instantly froze. For a moment, I thought I saw a dark, tall figure just standing there. But when I looked again, it was gone. It looked exactly like the shadow figure from my dream, the only dream I'd ever had since moving there. An overwhelming sense of dread crawled up my spine, and I darted out of there as fast as I could. The place looked empty, but I could feel 1,000 eyes watching me from every direction. My love for the paranormal and occult has taught me that this particular feeling is probably the worst sign of an evil entity being present. Apparitions aren't as dangerous, even though they seem like it at first, but a feeling of being watched, as if something's hovering above you, with their claws stretched out, just waiting to pull you in, is a very, very bad sign. And it most likely isn't your grandma visiting from the afterlife. A few days later, I told my friend about what happened, and she said she experienced something similar while taking a shower a couple of nights back. It's as if the same tall, dark shadow figure hovered in the corner of the shower room, just below the attic flap. She hated that flap since we moved in, and always mentioned that it felt off, like something was up there, and could come out at any time. For the next few weeks, we would watch the house closely and tell each other if we'd find anything suspicious. We didn't see the figure again, but an overwhelming sense of dread and fear had started to spread across the whole house, making us question what the hell was going on. Were we really dealing with something supernatural? The building was very old, probably at least 70 to 100 years old. And it was possible that it would hold a lot of energy from its previous owners. So many different stories and scenarios had played out in these walls. Not all of them could be good. Most of them probably weren't. I tried to research about the history of it, but I didn't have much luck, except for finding that the building was used as a moot hall, which was a meeting hall for town's residents back in the early days. So, things didn't look great. The building would pull tricks on us more often, and one night, I watched my ceiling nearly split in half as the plaster cracked all the way across my bedroom. Apparently, it wasn't anything dangerous, but it certainly didn't feel like it at the time when I laid in my bed and watched the whole thing happen. My friend and I both began entertaining the thought of moving somewhere else, even though the original plan was to stay there for a few years. The atmosphere was becoming unbearable, and so we'd made a choice, or rather, it was made for us during our last power cut. That was our breaking point. It was around midnight when the lights went off, and we met at the landing with our tiny emergency flashlight that we would use to check the fuse box. Most often than not, the fuses were okay, but we always checked anyways because the thought of having to sit in the dark, not knowing what's next, was way too disturbing, especially at the time. We went down 2 flights of stairs to get to the awkwardly fitted fuse box right below our tall ceiling, and we began investigating when my friend's shoulder got pulled back, as if someone was trying to grab her. We both screamed, and we ran back to my bedroom, where we hoped and waited for the power to come back. It was probably the longest 2.5 hours of my life. We didn't wait long before applying for a new house, but every new place we found just wouldn't happen. There was always a different reason, like the paperwork issues or other applicants got ahead of us, etc., etc. I eventually moved back in with my parents to save up for my own place, because the chances of us getting anything looked more bleak with each week, and we didn't want to stay in that house any longer. And that's how I left that house. Sometimes, when I visit the town center, I walk by the building and I feel the same sense of dread from before, as if something or someone is staring down at me, wanting to reach out and pull me back in to finish what it started. And time to time still, I get the same dream I had the first night we moved in there, but I always manage to get away. I wonder what the new residents have to deal with, and if they're okay. I still don't really like to think about what happened. I'm not sure the exact time this happened, but it was around a year ago. My friends and I always enjoyed finding abandoned places to explore, whether it was a warehouse or a huge mansion, a racetrack once. There were 5 of us, and all of us had some sort of weapon just in case, and a flashlight. We had just finished exploring some old abandoned house when my friend mentioned he knew of a warehouse that had been abandoned for years, about 20 minutes away. So of course we all hopped in the car and took off, listening to our favorite songs. The experience was incredibly fun until the moment it happened. We all arrive and get out, and as we look for a way in, I realize I've been here before. So is my friend Pearson, who's right behind me. Both of us are indifferent about it. It's still fun to go look, so I find a gate to jump over. The gate will be a key factor in the future. I inform my other friends that I've been here before, and it's a pretty cool area, just small. We walk in and see paint tearing off the walls, smashed glass everywhere. The floor has a layer of trash, and a rancid smell reeks the entire time. You get used to it, however, so we didn't really have any complaints. But then I realized something. There's a basement. All of a sudden, my friend looks at me startled and says, "The basement door was open last time you were here." He's right, but for me, I don't necessarily get scared easily, so big deal. Who cares? Others have probably visited recently. Who knows? But this is where the scenery gets in your head. Everything is in ruins. You can see other rooms through the holes in the walls. Then the smallest corner in the far back of the warehouse is a slimy stairway down to a basement with a door to the left. I recall the previous time I went in and remember one key detail. The basement door only locks from inside. I tell all of my friends this cautiously and look down the shaded corridor into the darkness. I'm still not scared, but somewhat nervous, yet I have to prove myself to my friends. I go down. Every footstep creaks. I finally reach the door. I put my hand on the doorknob, about to twist it, when I hear something. Someone or something was breathing right behind the door. I'm in disbelief. There's no possible way someone's locked themselves back there. I twist the handle. It's locked. I quickly shuffle up the stairs when the worst part happens. The door downstairs opened. I've never run for my life, but in that moment I did. I didn't know what happened. We were all rushing as fast as possible through the building, and we could hear noises behind us. We didn't know if we were knocking stuff over or if whatever was behind the door was chasing us. I run a lot, so I was the first one outside. I see my hope, the gate. All I have to do is plant my foot, hop, and climb over. Foot's planted. I jump. A hand grabs my hoodie and pulls me down to the floor. It's my friend. I won't reveal his name. He's grabbed my jacket and pulled me down to the floor. I understood in that moment he was panicking and was the most non-athletic, so I let him go ahead, helping him. Plus, he was driving, and I needed that car to be started and ready to go. I hopped the fence to get to everyone in the car. I'm the last one to enter the car as I hear the noise, something that sounds like someone smashing whatever is near them inside the warehouse. I don't know what happened there, nor did any of us care to find out. I encountered what I believe was Bigfoot on 2 separate occasions. My first experience was when I was young. My parents had me in a very small private Christian school in rural Maine. I had roughly 6 classmates, and only one was my age, the teacher's son. One day, we were running around outside, racing, playing with rocks and things of that nature. Normal 7 to 10-year-old boy stuff. Now, out back of the church, there was a very large clearing, which I assumed at the time was to make room for additions. But me and my buddy, Josh, always liked to mess around back there, as the earth was extremely uneven. Little divots to hide in, plenty of rocks to flip over and discover salamanders. On this particularly warm afternoon, we were nearing the tree line when we both smelled something foul. We scoured the area for potential dead animals and found next to nothing. As we neared the center of the field, Josh stopped in his tracks and just stared at the tree line, frozen with fear. I called out his name a couple of times, and he just turned and ran, telling me, "Run." I looked in the direction that made him flee, and I saw a very tall, upright human figure, walking between trees with its face following me. Hair covered its body. I too took off and never went back. Our parents, of course, said that we saw a bear, but we know what we saw was no bear. Fast forward to 2012. I've gotten married, have a child, and have enlisted in the U.S. Navy. I was stationed in the Pacific Northwest and have heard the stories, but heeded none of the warnings. My wife scoured the internet one weekend for an easy hike. Our daughter wasn't really old enough to walk, so we decided to bring the stroller. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the exact location, but I do know that it was off the beaten path. We pulled up to the trailhead and we saw a couple of people very swiftly get into their vehicle, almost panicked, and they sped off. My wife and I dismissed it as they were probably in a hurry to get somewhere, so we continued, business as usual. We began down the path and almost immediately started getting an uneasy feeling. Mutually and audibly, we agreed that something was off. About 5 minutes deep into this actually rough path, the stroller was a bad decision, we heard a blood-curdling scream, which sounded like a woman, but not quite human. It was deep in the woods to our left. My wife and I looked at each other frantically. Time to go. I grabbed my daughter and my wife grabbed the stroller, and we took off. We heard the scream moments later, but this time it was much closer. And now we were hearing something very large trudging through the woods, but we couldn't see anything. We slowed down to listen, trying desperately to keep our location hidden, despite the fact that we felt like we were being watched. Now, the thing moving in the woods was coming from different directions without warning. We could not pinpoint where to keep our eyes, which direction. As we paused briefly again, it seemed like the woods stood still. No sounds, not even birds chirping. We felt like this was our opportunity to barrel out of there. We took off. We were close to the trailhead anyway. Not seconds after our borderline sprint, a massive boulder probably 100 pounds, launched across the trail as if by slingshot, bouncing off the massive trees. We tried to see where it came from, as there were no hills, but to no avail. We kept moving, and we noticed a downed tree that was in the walking path, which wasn't there previously. After that, we got into our vehicle and took off. Were these humans messing with us? My wife and I didn't wait to find out. It was terrifying, and I doubt that we'll ever know the truth.